Okay, you're now live.
So, it's shot put action that will get things underway. We saw yesterday in the conclusion of the women's
Oh, lovely picture.
that when we got the rhythmic clapping going, at the business end of the competition, the athletes responded with some fantastic performances, two personal bests in silver and bronze, and a stadium record for goals. So let's welcome into the circle.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Sheffield for the Indoor British Championships Day 2 at the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. I'm John Rawling, commentating alongside Andy Turner for you for the opening stages of this second day's competition, and we're starting, as you can see, with the men's shot put. And the first man to throw is Scott Ryder, 4 times the UK indoor champion and 3 times competed in Commonwealth Games for England. And there is his opening throw, and as you can see, well out over 16 metres, out towards 17 metres. Scott, who's 38 years old and has a personal best of 18 metres and 54. And so the action underway. Good day yesterday, Andy. Thoroughly enjoyed it and looking forward to more of the same today.
Absolutely, it was a great day yesterday. 60s were on fire, men's and women's. The men's hurdles, obviously great to see Andy Pozzi back. But yeah, plenty of action throughout the day. Fantastic performances, and like you say, plenty more to come today.
Very nice tribute just been made on the infield to Tom McCook. Very much a stalwart of Birchfield Athletics Club and well known to many athletics fans over the decades, over the years, who sadly died suddenly a couple of days ago in his late 60s. And our thoughts go out to his friends and his family at a very difficult time, but he leaves a lot of very, very good memories, and you should take a great deal of solace out of that. Well, Ryder's opening throw still being measured. I'm not sure if we have a slight glitch in the electronic measuring system. Just waiting for his first attempt is Scott Lincoln, and there is Ryder's first throw, which has now been measured at 16 metres 89. Now Scott Lincoln, the reigning UK outdoor champion, 22 years old, from the City of York Club, and here he goes with his first attempt. Rotational technique, and that's a big one. Good throw. Nice opener, and that's well past where Scott Ryder was on the opening effort of the day. May well be that it turns out to be between both these guys. Scott, who has a personal best of 18.69, and his first attempt will be good enough to put him in front, I think, Andy.
It looks that way for sure. It looks out towards 18 metres, I think, looking from here.
17.54.
Yeah, good opener.
Good solid start. World Championship qualifying standard 20 metres and 50 centimetres, so that will not be achieved by any of these throwers, one wouldn't have thought. Sam Hewood, he's a 15 metre man, just short of. He's thrown 14.79 for a personal best this winter. Crawley Athletics Club, 25 years old. But you can see well short of the 16 metre line, and 14 metres 25. If you enjoyed watching with us yesterday, thank you for your company, and hopefully there'll be more exciting action for you through the day. Here's Kai Jones, Newham Essex Beadles. Kai just 19. Short of 16 metres, he's got a PB of 16.36. Kai's going to be a big lad when he stops growing, isn't he?
I was going to say, 19 years old, he's a unit at the moment, isn't he?
And his opening throw, 15 metres and 9 centimetres. Opening throw, 15 metres and 9 centimetres. Gareth Winter, Welsh indoor champion, Commonwealth finalist last year. That's also just short of the 16 metre mark. He's a 17 metre thrower, We're going to be seeing Aled Davies in action shortly. Terrific Paralympian, and good to see him here. Aled, now 24, the IPC World and European gold medalist, Paralympic gold medalist in the discus in 2012, and one of the great hopes for more gold returns from the Rio Paralympics in September. He throws after this competitor here, 15.60 incidentally, the opening throw for Gareth Winter, and now we have Tom Kirk. Like Gareth, local lad in the shirt of the Sheffield Athletics Club. Tom, 21 years old, a couple of years younger than Gareth. He's got a personal best this winter, like Winter, and Kirk's best 14.52. Looks as though it might be just short of that. .13.37. Aled Davies, as a Paralympian, throws with a slightly lighter shot. He's worked really hard to get himself into shape. Lost something like 4 stones, I believe, prior to competition last summer.
That's a whole lot of weight to be losing. Look good though.
Big personality, big character, but a no throw with his opener, putting it into the side netting. Has to land in the designated area, of course. 6 rounds in this shot put competition. Aled has a slightly frustrated smile on his face as he puts his GB tracksuit back on. Anthony Ashodi of Woodford Green Essex Ladies, 24 years old, another big lad. And that's out towards 16 metres. According to my records, this is his first indoor competition. .15.73 puts him into third place. Scott Lincoln, the early leader, with 17.54. Dan Cartwright, another mere boy, 17 years old.
Wow, 17 years old. When I was 17 years old, I was I'd say a good foot and a half smaller than him. And I'd say about a third of his size of him as well. He's a big lad for 17. There's an interesting story actually in Athletics Weekly about Scott Lincoln. I'm not sure if you saw it. He talks about his training regime and how he's working full-time on a building site for his dad. He trains in the evening. It's a 2-hour round trip. It's obviously tough to fit in his training, but he is the building site Olympic champion. So him and his team and the workers, they spray a circle on the floor, and then he brings a shot put down from his house, and then him and his mates, they'll throw a shot put in the brickyard, and he is the brickyard champion.
As you would hope.
Well, you would hope so.
Being the UK champion.
Actually, there's a presentation for Sandra White.
16.66, Joey Watson's opening throw. Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow athlete moving into third position with that. So that's the first round complete.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you cast your eyes to the centre of the
And a presentation now being made to somebody who gives a great deal of time and work, time and effort. Sandra White. Sandra White works on the technical support team, one of the team who are responsible for bringing us all our results, all our start sheets, keeping us on top of things, and one of the very many people who do so much for the sport without any sort of desire for publicity or significant reward other than the joy of being involved, and this is recognition of that. And she's put in a lot of time and a lot of effort, and now being given a special award in recognition of her services to athletics as an unsung hero. Nice to see, Andy.
It is. It's amazing when you're an athlete. You're so kind of focused on just competing. You kind of take things for granted, take people for granted as well. You know, people like her. You might not have noticed in the past, but as soon as you retire and you kind of see the bigger picture, it makes you appreciate how much goes into a competition like this. The volunteers, the people that give up their time to make a day like today, a weekend like this, run so smoothly. You know, it's a massive appreciation for her.
And trust me, she knew nothing about it until a few moments ago when she was told you've got to go out onto the infield.
Brilliant.
She didn't know about this, and I think she's just a little bit overcome by it all.
She looks terrified. She's been chased by the bear. Wait, get off me.
And Brit Bear getting the picture. And there's one to go in the family album or to go on the wall.
I can imagine.
Lovely.
Pride of place in her living room.
So the action continues. Men's shot put into the second round, and here's the man currently in second place, Scott Ryder, 16.89 his best, looking for something, well, 17.54. It's within his compass if he can do that. He put Scott Lincoln into second place. What can he deliver? Well, it's not far enough.
It's about a similar distance to his first throw, I think. It's not going to challenge the winner.
Scott Ryder, many times a UK international. 4 times the UK indoor shot put champion, 16.73. That's no improvement. Now here's your man Scott Lincoln.
The Building Yard Olympic champion.
I wonder if all his mates like getting trashed on a regular basis. Throwing the shot, of course, I'm talking about. Oh, good throw. Very good. And I think that's over 18 metres. His personal best is 18.69, and that's a significant improvement on his first round effort. Might not be 18.69, but it's over 18. 18.27.
Good throw. Good throw.
I
think he'd be hoping to add the indoor gold medal to his outdoor gold medal from last year.
Sam Hayward, 14.25 in the first round, and it's a no throw for the second, stepping out of the circle, knowing there was no improvement. And now Kai Jones, the bearded 19-year-old.
I certainly couldn't grow a beard that strong when I was 19.
Left-handed.
Looked to almost slip out of his hand, that one.
He didn't get that right. Was the best ever over the 16 mark, and you can see that line, that's the 16-metre line, and a long way back from there. .13.55, and looking a little bit disappointed with himself, and a shake of the head. He knows that there's a lot more to give. The Sheffield boys now. Here's Gareth Winter. I have to get a bit excited about that, Andy. Once upon a time, Sheffield was my hometown.
Is that right?
Yep. Born and bred. A King Ted's boy.
Okay.
Brought back a few memories. We went into town last night down the Ecclesall Road, not too far away from where I used to live.
Had a terrible curry from what I hear.
We'll not go there. We didn't go there, actually. We walked out before we'd eaten it. Tom Kirk now. Winter 15.87. 15.87 has him in 4th place. It was an improvement for Winter. Tom Kirk's opening throw was 13.37. And that looks more of the same. Long way back from the 16-metre line. He has thrown 14.52 this winter.
Watching these guys throw the shot put, it kind of gives you an extra appreciation for how far like the Olympic champion and the world champion's going to throw. When they're throwing 22, 23 metres.
Yeah, the world record indoors is Randy Barnes, the American. That was back in 1989. 22 metres and 66.
I mean,
That's 9 metres further than where that Sheffield youngsters just put it.
yeah, and that's pretty much going to hit the back of the cage as well. It's not far. That's a long way to throw the shot put.
Stadium record is set by another American back in 2008, Garrett Johnson, and Carl Myerscough has the UK record. That was set 12, 13, nearly 13 years ago now, and that was 21.49. Carl, who never quite delivered at the highest championship level.
No, he had massive potential, but it just came to the big champs, and it just never seemed to produce as good. You know, I was on quite a few teams with Carl, and it's amazing for somebody so big how much of an introvert he is. You know, he never really kind of joined in a group conversation. He kept himself to himself. You know, when he came to the championships, he just never produced the goods. And I think it's frustrating for a lot of people because they could see the talent that he had and the strength he had, but yeah, he just never produced it when it mattered.
Big fellas often are like that. Sometimes find it's a kind of a quirk of human fate, isn't it, or human existence, that the big lads are sometimes at school the ones who get bullied.
Yeah. I actually remember Carl from English schools back in, okay, I'm going to make people feel old now, 1997. I remember seeing Carl at Sheffield, Don Valley here, and I was only about 5'1", and he was back then about 6'8", and we're the same age, or roughly the same age, and I've never been as daunted by anybody in my life like him. He was an absolute unit, fully bearded. You know, for a guy of 16, I don't know what they fed him as a kid, but it seemed to work.
Dan Cartwright, 14.59, second round for the Birchfield Harrier. Remains in 7th place, and just one man to go in this second round now, about to step into the circle, and this is Joey Watson. He's in 3rd place, 16.66. If he's going to get up into 2nd place, he needs to go past Scott Ryder's 16.89, and he's the next to throw. High jump is getting underway shortly as well. The men's high jump, the bar is at 2:02, and the first jump in this high jump competition is from Ryan Boniface, Basingstoke and Mid Hampshire. He's a 2:13 man, so he will be the opening competitor. Robbie Grados, the favourite to win that one, the Olympic bronze medal from 2012, and on the comeback trail after injury, the joint UK outdoor record holder.
Well, you say that, but Chris Baker, 2:36 indoors this year.
Fantastic. Oh, sorry, I should
jump
be,
just
yeah,
recently.
absolutely. Chris Baker did that in the Czech Republic, didn't he?
Yeah, did, yeah.
17.21, really good throw that from Joey Watson. And that hoists him up the rankings and puts him into 2nd place ahead of Scott Ryder, who's going to throw next, and we see how Scott can respond. Good throw.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Chris Baker competing for Sale Harriers Manchester, that's his club.
My club too.
That's a big breakthrough, isn't it? 2:36. Where was he? What sort of level was he at last year? That's a significant move through, isn't it?
It's a massive personal best. I think he was kind of 2:29.
Yeah, I was thinking in that area.
Yeah, but I watched. Actually, I was following the Twitter feed as he was jumping, and everyone was like, "Oh wow, he's just got over 2:30." And then he got 2:32, 2:30. He just kept going up and up and up. 2:30, yeah, and 2:36. Absolutely fantastic jumping. It's qualifying height.
Brilliant to see, because I mean Robbie's a 2:30 man, isn't he? 2:37 is PB, but prior to his injury, it's great to see another British athlete making that breakthrough. The reigning champions in action as well. That's Alan Smith.
It's just good viewing to see, you know, look at the start list and you see the two guys over 230 and substantially over 230 as well. You know, that's not something that happens on a regular basis. British high jumping's in a good situation at the moment.
Here's Scott Lincoln. Good throw. And he's putting together a good series here. Opened with 17.54, then 18.27, and you can see there that's the 18-metre line, and once again he's pinged it beyond that 18-metre point. Just 22 years old, Scott. Competes for the City of York and in the form of his life this winter. And now looking to see if he's improved on 18.27.
Matt, Alex, so you were aware during the walking event, apart from the last couple of laps, what your stream on the main
18.39 he has.
Good throw.
Good stuff, only 30 centimetres short of his PB. Well, there's our opening high jumper. Ryan Boniface.
other way around, we'll focus primarily on your
The bar's at 2 metres and 2 centimetres.
Kai Jones is in 6th place at the moment. Just a week ago, in this very arena.
And safely over. Tall, rangy athlete over at the first attempt.
On he comes over, 2 metres and 2 yards. And running, the men's high jump final. Mr. Graham from Bolton, next up.
This is Chris Mann from Bolton, just 20 years old. Personal best of 2:06. This bar, the opening height for the men's competition here at these British Indoor Championships, 2:02. And he brings it down. 2 more attempts though.
Gareth Winter, City of Sheffield, in the circle now, in 5th place at the moment.
Gareth Winter in the shot put. Well, that's over the 16-metre metre point.
15.60, followed by 15.87.
He's got a best of 15.87. His personal best 17.36, so he'll be looking for a big improvement, and that's more like it. 16.74 gets him up to 4th place. Target to get into the top 3, he'd have to go past 16.89, so he's not too far short of
No,
that.
not at all, not at all. Each side's getting bigger and bigger.
High jump at 2:02, and that's one of the IPC competitors. Medalled in Doha and looking for success when he gets to the Rio Paralympics. Jonathan Broome-Edwards bringing the bar down. He has managed 2 metres 10 at personal best. Twice an IPC World Championship silver medalist.
It's fantastic. Is it? It says 2 metres 15 is his best. 2:09 indoors this year.
Well, keep an eye on that one. 15.99 is his world
I'll go with what you say. I'm sure he wouldn't argue.
But yeah, I say he'll be looking to, you know, for a solid performance today. Rio, not too far away.
Finding the groove there, Davis.
It's the focal point of. Oh, that's a good clearance for Mann at second attempt. 2:02, Chris Mann.
That's not a million miles away from his personal best neither.
No.
So the opening height, having to come in close to your personal best, you know, that's pretty tough.
Robbie Grabath has elected to pass all the way up to 2 metres 22.
That's a man who's feeling quite confident. And so he should be. He's been jumping well this year.
And
Obviously he's had his injury problems.
Chris Baker's going to come in at 2:17. In the shot put, That was Anthony Ashodi.
Now move up to the next height of 2 meters and 7.
And a no throw for Ashodi. High jump, Rory Dwyer has gone clear at 2:02. So 4 athletes clear at that height, and the bar now moves up to 2 meters and 7 centimeters. Dan Cartwright. Short of 16 meters. Dan's best was 14:59 in his second round, currently in 8th place. 6 rounds, remember, in the shot put. Track action coming up with the heats of the men's 200 meters shortly.
Just looking back on Dan Cartwright, what's the personal best there for Dan Cartwright? 14.99, personal best of 14.85 before that.
Well done to him.
Yep.
High jump, this is Ryan Boniface. First attempt at 2 meters and 7. Oh, well clear. Nice clean piece of high jumping. That's the man who's currently in second place. No improvement for him in the shot put. Joey Watson, 17:21 in the second round. And now we look at the track while keeping you up to date with what's going on in our inset there. You can see the field camera on the left-hand side of your picture, so you can watch what's happening in those 2 events, the men's shot and the men's high jump. Chris Mann about to go with the bar at 2:07. Oh, that's unlucky.
He's definitely got that in the tank there. He's, and that would be a personal best as well, if he clears this.
Just dragged it down with his calf, I think, didn't he? He was well clear with his torso.
He looked over it though.
Well, the first heat of the 200 metres there. Quickest man in the field, Ben Snaith, and Enfield and Haringey Harrier. He's got a personal best of 21.38. First 2 plus 2 fastest losers to go through into the semi-finals.
This is probably the one event I do miss running in.
200.
Yeah, indoor 200. I'd say it's probably the 200 metre hurdles is my favourite event. The 200 metre indoors is my second favourite event, and I suppose the 110 hurdles has to be the third.
I'm going to avoid asking you questions about how much you're missing your running career.
No, it's fine. I don't miss hurdles. I don't really miss running actually. I'm quite happily retired. I tried running on Sunday last week and it wasn't pretty.
Training and getting yourself into very good shape indeed, I might say, for those who aren't aware. Do a fair amount of the old bodybuilding conditioning nowadays, don't you?
Yeah, I've got different goals now. My brother does it, so I thought, why not have a go at it? So I was up at 6 o'clock this morning in the gym doing cardio, and then I was in the gym here again at 9 o'clock, so I've trained twice already, and it's not even 1 o'clock.
Oh, snoring through to 6:30. There's Callum Ruthneen. He's got a personal best of 22.08 from Sale Harriers Manchester, 21 years old. And outside him, a 19-year-old from Leicester, that's Elliot Powell. He's got a best of 21.55 and he's run 22.06 this winter. There's Ben Snaith, Enfield and Haringey Harrier, 20 years old. He's set a personal best 21.38 this season, and he'll probably have a good battle here with Cameron Tyndall from Edinburgh Athletics Club, just 17 years old, and he's clocked 21.46.
2 good times. 17 years old, 21.46 is a really good time. Should be a good race.
First of 4 heats. First 2 from each heat to qualify, and 2 fastest losers. Stadium record, incidentally, stands to Alan Condon back in 2004, 20.64. National record held by the big lad, Linford Christie. I think he did that in Les Vins, if memory serves me right.
2025, that's a serious.
Oh, there's a false start, and it looks like the lad on the inside, Ruthneen. And I think he knows it, judging by the body language. Let's take a look again. Yep.
Flinch and he went out and he left the blocks.
Well,
had he not left the blocks, then maybe he had a case with these new rules, but he left the blocks, so it looks like he's going to get a red card.
well, you always feel sympathy for any lad who comes here, because this is for many of the young athletes, is what they've been focused on.
Absolutely, this will have been his target for the last, for the last few months training.
He's got a wry smile on his face, he knows. There you go.
You always just stand there and just hope that there's been a mistake made. Unfortunately, not for him this time.
Mark Shearman, MBE, the famous athletics photographer, on the right-hand side of the three gentlemen standing at trackside there. Doesn't look like a man who's passed 3 scores and 10, does he? He's a fit guy and still a brilliant photographer.
He's a brilliant photographer.
And then there were 3, the opening heat of the men's 200 metres. Gunning out fast on the outside is the Scotsman Cameron Tyndall, but Snaith now is into his stride, and the Enfield and Haringey Harrier may have the lead as they go around the top bend. Coming round towards the straight now, and it's going to be close, but Snaith has the lead. Alongside him is Tyndall, nothing between them. Tyndall comes through and wins it on the line ahead of Snaith, and that, subject to confirmation, is a personal best for the Edinburgh youngster.
Absolutely, fantastic personal best.
21.13 is given as the time as they cross the line. Personal best was 21.46, and it's
massive personal
21.14.
What a place to do it.
Huge improvement.
Absolutely. What I was really impressed with him though is towards the end, it's very easy to tie up coming off that tiny little, coming off the curve and coming down the hill towards the finishing line. I've seen many people tie up.
And just here, he's headed, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Snaith is probably just ahead of him, and right now shows good form, and just pulls it out of the bag. Does really well. 21.14 personal best, and 21.20 for Ben Snaith in second with another personal best. So great opening heat.
Elliot Powell ran 21.8, season's best for him. He's going to have to wait and see if that gets him there as one of the fastest losers. But that was a really good competitive race to start off with. Enjoyed that. Back in the shot put, here's Kai Jones. Well short of the 16-metre line. They go in reverse order now for the final 3 rounds. And the lead at the end of 3 throws was held by Scott Lincoln with 18 metres 39. Alan Davis going to be throwing in the shot put shortly. The IPC gold medalist from the World Championships in Doha. Boniface bringing it down in the high jump, with the bar now at 2 metres and 12. Chris Mann's been eliminated. So we now move on to the second of the 200-metre heats.
An old training partner of mine there, lane 5, Antonio Infantino.
Nothing to do with the new FIFA man, is he?
He actually works in football as well. He works for Sky, so he works in football now. Who knows? Maybe it's his.
There's a few jokes flying around on that one, I'm sure.
Quite possibly.
That'll inspire the Twitterati. And that height at 2 metres and 12 in the high jump. Should tell you that one man has gone clear, and that's Matt Roberts. Then one failure for David Smith, for Ryan Boniface. Chris Baker has passed at that height. A failure for the Paralympian Jonathan Broome-Edwards, and next to go is Rory Dwyer. Here he is. Rory went clear at second attempt at 2:02 and second attempt at 2:07. He's got a PB of 2:15. He's only 18 years old. He's doing well if he gets over 2:12.
1682, an improvement in distance for Winter, but he remains in fourth place. Now we move to the
Back in the shot put.
first point. Scott Ryder next into the circle, in third place at the moment.
Taking this row and then
1682 was an improvement for Winter, who's in fourth place currently. Scott Ryder, the four-time indoor champion. Well, that's short of where he'd need to be to make any difference in the standings.
okay, switching.
Another clearance in the high jump at 2 metres and 12, which came from Enfield and Haringey's Chris Candu.
It's heat 2 of the men's 200 metres.
Now in the 200 metres, this is heat 2.
In lane 3, he's going in the 400 metre final.
Lane 3 is going in the 400 metres final later on. This is Mark Williams of Birmingham University, best of 21.83. Lane 4 from Kingston upon Hull, the Northern Under-20s champion. This is Andrew Morgan Harrison. There's the man with the famous name, the defending champion, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, Antonio Infantino. And in lane 6 from Bristol and West, this is Chris Stone, more of a 60-metre specialist, but he'll be right up in the shake-up here with Infantino pushing him all the way, I'm sure. First two to qualify. Williams 3, Morgan Harrison 4, Infantino 5, Chris Stone, lane 6. Great roar from the shot put. That was the throw of the current leader there, Scott Lincoln. We'll bring you what his distance is as we have it. If there's been any change, 18:39 is best so far.
It looks to be just over 18 metres.
One lap of the track, this second men's 200 metres heat, and going out hard, Infantino, as you'd anticipate, and his close-inch challenger is on the outside, Chris Stone, who's run a good back straight, but it's Infantino who has the advantage as they come around the top bend. Infantino from Stone, and then behind him comes Morgan Harrison, and we look at the clock, it looks as though it's another sharp time, 21.17, that's another very close to his personal best, Antonio Infantino, and his best time of the winter.
Absolutely, he looked good there. He looked good. He pushed hard down the back straight, on his shoulder around the top bend. Look, he made a bit of space straight away. He looks nice and relaxed down the back straight. He's running really well there. He just starts to tense up soon though. He gets quite tough in the. He gets quite rigid in the arms. But he manages to hold his form towards the line, and it's been rounded down to 21.16, so it's season's best.
Chris Stone second, 21.31, the second automatic qualifier. And Morgan Harrison was slower than the third placed Elliot Powell from the first heat, so his 22.3, well, he'll just have to wait and see what that means. Possibly not going to be fast enough. Dan Cartwright currently in 8th place in the shot. That's his best though, 15.15, but he remains 8th. Kai Jones in the high jump.
Chop up.
I beg your pardon, this is Kai Jones in the shot put. Not a great high jumper, you'd suspect.
You never know. Could
Yeah,
be a
you know, you
surprise.
don't never know. No.
These guys are very explosive. I've seen them, some of their vertical jumps. I'm not saying they're going to clear 2 metres in a high jump, but the power that they have to generate to throw that shot put far, they have to have, you know, excellent explosive power.
I remember once years ago, I forget which meeting it was at, there was some relay featuring athletes who you wouldn't normally anticipate to be doing what they did, and Big Sean Pickering, who must weigh north side of 20 stones by a distance.
Yeah.
Huge unit. I tell you what, he can run.
Absolutely.
He can run and run quick.
And all these guys here, they'll be doing sprints as well as part of their training. They have to be explosive, they have to be quick. They're trying to cover space across that circle as fast as possible. So sprints and weights together combined, you know, it's
Well, that's a good throw from Alan Davis, and that might be his best ever throw. 15.99, and it looks as though he's cracked the 16-metre mark.
It's going to be over 16. That's a fantastic throw by Alan. He looks happy.
He should be happy.
Yes, he's got his arms up.
16.14, look at that. A record and a financial reward will be coming his way for that. I think it's a £2,500 cheque. He'll be delighted with that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And deserved so. Great throwing.
Big Aled, big personality, big lad, and a big performance.
Absolutely. He's a cracking guy as well. I've been in the pub with him once.
Third heat of the men's 200. And the quickest man there on the outside is Chris Clark. Marshall Milton Keynes, who's got a personal best of 20.68.
Chris is a great athlete. Originally a 400-metre runner, decided that 200 was going to be the one. He's ran 20.2 outdoors, so he's got massive skills, but he's a very fragile athlete. Hopefully he's going to be in one piece. He's going to be pushed hard by David Lima just inside him, but this is going to be a great race. I'm expecting big things from Chris.
David Lima ran the 400 as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, he did.
Good all-round athlete, completing for Portugal.
Antonio's been disqualified.
Oh, that is bad news. Antonio Infantino, we're hearing, disqualified for running out of his lane, Andy.
It seems to be happening quite a lot this championships, with Luke Lennon Ford being disqualified in the heats and the semi-final, the semi and the final, which would be the 6th time in a row he's been disqualified here.
Infantino, the reigning champion. Let's see if we can see where it happened. He's on the... Now, is it just there? May have been marginal. Just there. Running in lane 5 and running really well. Well, he's running wide there. If he was inside, it had to be on that first bend. Looking again now, was he just in there? I'm not sure. I don't think so there. If there was any infringement, that surely had to be on the first bend, and it was marginal.
It must have been. I'd be putting in an appeal for sure.
Maybe an appeal yet against that decision.
I think that's a little bit harsh, to be honest.
Well, not for the first time. We saw Michael Rimmer disqualified yesterday in the 800 metres.
17.61 moves up in the second place.
Big throw, 17 metres 61 in the shot put. That from Scott Ryder puts him back into second place behind the current leader, Scott Lincoln, 18.39. Scott Ryder now 38. And throwing well once again. So now here's the third heat of the men's 200 metres. In lane 2, he's got a personal best of 22.38. That's Guernsey's Josh Alloway. Lane 3, local man, Jerome McIntosh, the Northern Indoor Champion, personal best 21.92. The Southern Indoor Champion in lane 4 is Josh Street from Kent Athletics Club, 21.61. And there's the man we were talking about before, the Portuguese international David Lima, a best time this year, personal best of 21.01, and 3 times British indoor champion, back competing indoors for the first time this winter, Chris Clark from Marshall Milton Keynes. Only 2 will qualify as of right. There's some talent in this race, Andy.
Absolutely. Chris Clark is... You never know what you're going to get. The guy's going to run either ridiculously fast or not. Hopefully he's come here in shape and he's going to do something pretty good.
Let's see what he can deliver in the orange and black vest of Marshall Milton Keynes. Chris Clark on the wide outside in lane 6. Event to an extent been thrown more wide open with the disqualification of Antonio Infantino. And here we go, and he's gone out hard. Good start, very good start from Clark, who's flying down that back straight and has got a significant lead over David Lima, and behind him Jerome McIntosh. Lima's starting to improve and is closing, looking to run him down round the top bend, and this is getting closer but still on the outside. It's Chris Clark from Lima. Clark up to the line and wins in 21.04.
Great race. To me, Chris Clark, he just looked relaxed. He got ahead, he made some distance on him. And honestly, I think Chris Clark just looked very comfortable there. I don't think he pushed all the way. 21.04, I think there's plenty more in the tank.
Well, he goes out really hard, doesn't he?
Does.
He runs a cracking first bend and first 50, 60 metres, and he's put distance on himself and Lima, by the way, is midway down the back
Absolutely.
straight.
I think right there he knows he's in, he knows he's got the better of everyone in the race. Here he can just relax, he can just run his own race. Lima does close up a little bit, but Chris Clark is fully in control. He knows exactly what he's doing. Look, there's no grimace on his face, he looks comfortable, nice and easy over the line, 21.04, easy as that.
If you're running wide on the outside, there's no screen for him to look at here. If you're wide on the outside, is it just a question of the innate sense that you're going well because you've run it so many times? You know that for that 60 metres that you're going well and the others are going to be struggling to be holding you.
He would have gone out hard because he would have been running scared. Obviously, you can't see anybody on your inside. But I think Chris knows coming into the race that he's the quickest in the field. And as you come around the top bend towards the finishing line, he knows he's going to win the race. It's just comfortable. He probably knows exactly where David Lima is, but he's not concerned that he's going to lose the race. And he just looked very easy for me.
We're getting towards the business end of the high jump while we're watching preparations here going on for the next heat of the men's 200 metres, and we've got an athlete clear at 2 metres and 17. Chris Baker, Sale Harrier Manchester. We talked about his brilliant winter, set a lifetime best in Czechoslovakia not so long back, Czech Republic I should say, of 2:36, and he's clear at 2:17. And now we've got Chris Candu. Chris Candu in the high jump at 2:17, and he also goes clear.
That was a massive jump, he looked well over that.
Apologies for not being able to bring you that one. We have got a little bit of a technical difficulty at the moment. Not got a camera on the high jump for the moment. But in the shot put, a big cheer because Alan Davis, who's already broken his world record, is now to have his 6th and final attempt. Well, that's no good. And he steps out of the circle.
Yeah, he says, my work here is done. I don't care about that last drive. Thank you very much.
But 16.14, brilliant, getting him the cash bonus and coming in here and throwing better than he ever has done before.
Absolutely. He's just confidence, like I said yesterday, confidence breeds confidence. The last year or two, he's just been getting better and better. By the time we get to Rio, he's got one thing on his mind, and that's a gold medal. To add to his other gold medals, in fact.
Well, he's an inspirational performer, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Ashodi the next to go. Anthony Ashodi. Best of 16.12. And I think he's going to remain in 6th place. He needed to go past 16.14. That's what he's looking for, to move into 5th. And in fact, he's been given he stepped out of the circle and it's a red flag, and so he remains in 6th place. Next to go is the Sheffield man. He'll get a big cheer. This is Gareth Winter. Gareth's 4th, 16.82. He needs to throw past 17.29 if he's going to get into one of the medal positions. It's a good throw. Good throw, but not far enough. Not far enough, I don't think.
Yeah, it looks to be just short of 17 metres.
In the high jump, Matt Roberts has gone clear at 2:17, becoming the 3rd man over at that height. And David Smith, the defending champion, is next to go. His 2nd attempt at 2:17. And again, apologies that we can't bring you pictures of this at the moment, but I'll try and keep you up to date with a bit of radio-style commentary. Trying to join Roberts, Baker and Candu of those who've gone clear at this height. Robbie Grabars has yet to enter the competition, and a 2nd failure for Smith at 2:17. 1 attempt remaining, and now in the pole vault. Here we go with Scott, in the shot put rather. Here we go with Scott Ryder. His final throw, 17.61 is best. He's got to go past 18.51 if he's going to take this. And it's not to be, it's short of 18. Ryder guaranteed a medal. He's in the silver medal position. Still a final throw before our current leader. A final throw in the shot coming for Joey Watson, who's 17 metres and 29, puts him in bronze at the moment. Scott Lincoln, 18.51, heading for the gold medal.
He's in second at the moment, but here's the athlete in third with a chance to upgrade himself. Final throw for Joey Watson, the 20-year-old from Wintersvale, England Houser.
Well, here we go. This is Joey Watson in bronze position at the moment. 17.29, needs to go past 17.61 to get into the first two. Well, it's a good effort. It's a good effort. It may be over 17, but not far enough. He needed to go past 17.61. So Ryder will take the silver medal. Subject to confirmation here, will get the bronze with his fifth round attempt of 17.29. David Smith's final attempt at 2 metres 17 coming up. Has to clear this or he goes out of the high jump, having gone clear at 2.12. It would be a disappointing afternoon for him. David Smith about to go, rhythmic hand clapping in support of him. And can he get it right now? He's got to go clear. At 2.17, he comes up to the bar, and he's done it! Taking off his right foot and clearing the bar. He grazed it, but he stays in the competition.
Absolutely, great jump. Pressure jump, I love when people do that. Final jump, third attempt, over the bar.
It was great drama in the high jump, isn't it?
Oh, I love it, love it.
Well, this is our champion in the shot puts, 18 metres and 51. He's thrown really well this afternoon. Scott Lincoln close to his lifetime best of 18.69. Here's his final attempt. Oh, and it's out over 18 metres again. Putting together a really good succession, and that is going to be very close to his PB of 18.69.
I think he's going to challenge it for sure. I think that's over. I think that's going to be a new personal best.
The 22-year-old shot putter punches the air, and 18.90. He's annihilated his PB.
And again, what a place to do it. The final throw of the competition, you've already won the gold. To go and throw a personal best, I love stuff like that.
Well, good lad, and he rightly has a big smile on his face. Scott Lincoln is the shot put champion with his final throw, his best, 18 metres 90.
They've been very patient. Let's salute them. It's the fourth and final heat of the men's 200 metres.
Fourth and final heat of the men's 200 coming up. And another man has gone clear. There are now 6 still remaining in the high jump at 2.17. Mike Edwards going clear there. Well, in this fourth heat, Luke Giblin was introduced from Kingston upon Hull. Then James Williams, Liverpool Harrier. This is Toby Harris of Brighton Phoenix. 17 years old, and this lad's only 19. Tommy Ramdan from Bexley Athletics Club, PB of 21.25, and on the outside, now 36. This is Enfield and Haringey's Nick Stewart. Heat 4, first 2 to get automatic qualification. Bar now goes up to 2 metres and 22 in the high jump. And the first to go at that new height, getting close to his lifetime best, is Matt Roberts. On paper, the quickest in this final heat are those in lanes 4 and 5, Harris and Ramdan. And Ramdan looks as though he's going well on the back straight, and he has the lead at this point. but Harris and Williams in lanes 4 and 3 are also in contention. Stewart looks beaten on the outside, and it's between lanes 4 and 5. These are going to be the 2 automatic qualifiers, and Toby Harris just comes home ahead of Tommy Ramdam, and the winning time 21.22. Andy Turner.
Yeah, Toby Harris. I mean, he's wearing the red bib there, so he's the champion. Well, he's the fastest in the country going into this race. Lane 4 is so tougher of the lane draws, to be honest. But he handled himself really well. You know, he's only 17 as well, so to come into this, it's quite a lot of pressure for him. But he handled the race really well.
He won the England under-20s indoor title just a couple of weeks ago, and clearly an emerging talent.
Absolutely, yeah. It's 21, 26. He's 17 years old. It's a great time.
Didn't get a great start at that stage. It was Ramdan outside him who had the lead down the back straight. Now he's going though.
Yeah,
look at him motor now.
He looks great around the top end there, just nice and easy. He looks relaxed. He's pushing hard, but he's staying comfortable. He's keeping his form. And again, right here, that's the time where you could quite easily lose form and drop back. But he didn't. He held it, crossed the line, took the win.
Momentarily there, you saw David Smith bring down the bar. A failure in his first attempt at 2 metres and 22. And now Chris Baker, who has made his big breakthrough this winter. Whether he likes it or not, he now has it around his shoulders that he's a 2:36 man,
Absolutely.
which is really world class.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I was actually talking to Chris earlier, and all he wants to do today is just get another qualifying height on his belt at 2:29. That's his target for today. Obviously, he's going to want the win as well, but I think it's going to be a 2-horse race between him and Robbie. And how high can he go?
Well, let's have a look at this. A man in form. Up he goes and well over. Another nice, smooth piece of high jumping.
He made that look easy, didn't he?
Very easy. Stadium record, incidentally, stands jointly held by Tom Parsons in 2011 and Robbie Grabars in 2013 at 2:31. Maybe that's going to be under threat this afternoon.
I think you're right. I think that might go today. I think today's got potential to be a cracking high jump final.
Into the competition comes Robbie Grabars. And over he goes, the Olympic bronze medalist. A 2:37 man outdoors, safely into the competition at 2:22.
It's good to see Robbie back jumping well. Obviously he won his medal in the Olympics in London. Injury problems really ravaged his seasons after that, so it's really good to see him back and just jumping well, enjoying himself again.
Quirky sense of humour, hasn't he? A wry sense of humour, Robbie.
Yeah, he's a bit of a wrong at times, but
say that affectionately though, don't you? Say that with a smile on your face.
His banter is on point sometimes.
Chris Candu at 2:22.
Nope.
Oh, well, again, he got well clear, hadn't he, with his torso, just dragging it down, I think, with his thigh. Chris, 2:23 is season's best indoors. He is a 2:26 man. And looks as though he's certainly got the spring in his heels to be over at 2:22 this afternoon. Now Mike Edwards. Mike Edwards, Birchfield Harrier. This would equal his PB. Not too many athletes compete wearing spectacles. Here's one of them.
He looks dapper, doesn't he? It's a strong tash he's got there as well.
Can he go clear to equal his personal best? Oh, he has!
Brilliant jump.
Excellent. And a shrug of the shoulders, as much as to say it's a mere bagatelle, more to come.
It certainly looked like he had more as well. He cleared that by a fair distance.
Warming up into a good high jump competition this now. That's 3 men clear at 2:22, Baker, Grabars and Edwards. Mike Edwards will be delighted to be among literally elevated company.
Absolutely. I like what you did there.
Matt Roberts, 2:23 his PB, at 2:22 second attempt. He didn't get too close there. Women's 3,000 metres walk final is next on the track. Kelly Southerton waiting with bated breath to join me for that one.
I think she's trying to read up on a bit of homework about it right now.
Can't see her around actually. We might have to send out a search party. You might yet be doing it, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, my knowledge on the walks isn't that good.
Dave Smith. Scottish international, reigning Scottish indoor champion. I think I said he was the reigning champion earlier on. I got my Smiths wrong. That was Alan.
Alan Smith, yeah.
This is David. And a second failure at 2:22. Season's best is 2:20. He has gone 2:26 in the past.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's shot put.
Medal ceremony coming up on screen.
Making the presentation of the Managing Director of Track and Field Tours,
And
David
full medal ceremony open on screen, and I'll put the results up in a moment.
Bronze medalist in 17 metres 29 from
Well, here's the shot put medal ceremony. Joey Watson taking third place, 17 metres and 29. Joey Watson from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Silver medal goes to Scott Ryder, 17 metres 61. And the gold medal, here he is, Scott Lincoln with a personal best, 18 metres 90. Outstanding performance from the 22-year-old.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, I love the fact he did it in the very last round with the very last throw of the competition when he knew he already had the gold medal, like an exhibition throw almost. And he absolutely nailed it, personal best.
And look at that list of personal bests as well there,
Yeah.
Andy.
Great
Scott
competition.
Lincoln, Joey Watson, Alan Davis, that world record, that earns him a bonus check. Anthony Ashodi and Dan Cartwright, all coming in and producing their best ever.
Well, you know, if you're going to do it in a championship, it's the best place to do it. You know, it's very easy to come to a championship and underperform. You're either going to sink or swim, and those guys all swam.
Chris Candu, this is in the high jump. His second attempt at 2:22.
Just didn't seem to have the height.
He looks as though he's got it there, doesn't he? Just has to get the technique right.
Yeah.
Looks as though it's in the locker somewhere.
Very shortly we'll be on to the third and final attempts at 2 metres and 22. England's champion,
Matt Roberts getting ready for his third and final attempt at 2:22. This is only a centimetre short of his PB. 31 years old now, Matthew. And this would make him the fourth man clear at this height if he could now get there. On the track cam, you can see that the walkers are now out there, the women's 3,000 metres. Start list for you shortly. No, so it's not to be, and he's eliminated from the competition. Andy Turner making way now for an Olympic bronze medalist and Commonwealth champion in Kelly Southerton, who's going to be joining me for the next phase of competition this afternoon. And here's the lineup from Ireland. Brenda Gannon will be starting in one. Alongside her, Cambridge Harrier Sophie Lewis Ward, just 16 years old. She was 8th a year ago, starting 3rd. Esther Montana, an English international from the Leicester Walking Club, with number 4 is Emma Achurch. Another Leicester Walking Club competitor, 20-year-old Jasmine Nichols. The English under-15 champion, Anna Garcia. Big cheer for her. Third and final attempt for David Smith in the high jump. which you see on the inset. Scottish indoor champion looking to stay in the competition. Got to go clear, and does! Season's best for him, and becomes the 4th man over at 2:22. Last year's winner is Tatiana Gabelloni. Bethan Davis was second last year. She's from Cardiff. Bethan Davis may be the favourite here, in fact probably will be. Hannah Hunter, the Manx Harrier, and completing the lineup from the United States of America, that is Susan Randall, who is jointly the oldest competitor in the field at 41 years of age, same age as the Irish woman introduced first, Brenda Gannon. So 15 laps of the track, the women's 3,000 metres.
So the walk underway, Candu, third attempt at 2:22.
Third attempt in the high jump for Chris Candu. He also has to go clear, otherwise he goes out. Oh, he was so close again. 3 attempts, very close to going clear, but not to be. Sportingly applauds the crowd, and he goes over, and so this high jump is now between 4. David Smith, Chris Baker, Robbie Grabarts and Mike Edwards. And on count back, it is Grabarts returning from injury, who has the lead on count back. Good to see him back, Kelly.
Yeah, good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Yeah, it is good. It's a shame there for Chris Candu. He had a great attempt at 2:17, so he'll be mightily disappointed to see that. But yeah, the 2 big jumpers there of Chris Baker, 2:36, and Robbie Grabarts this year of 2:33, an Olympic bronze medalist. Yes, the 2 big people that we want to see jumping are still in that competition, and they are jumping mighty well. So it's going to be an exciting competition.
Rules of race walking. Some points of the foot has to be in contact with the track at any one time. There are marshals around the track who are checking to see that the athletes do actually adhere to that. And here we have the early leader of this competition, who is Cardiff's Bethan Davis, who has a personal best of 12:46.77, was second in the UK in the British Championships last year, and already a big advantage.
Yeah, Bethan has the best personal best here in this field by quite a significant margin. So I do expect her to be well in the lead, but this will be her first indoor race of the season.
The bar now is raised to 2 metres and 26 in the high jump. This is David Smith. And the Scotsman brings the bar down. He's be equaling his personal best if he goes clear here. He's already had his best indoor leap of the winter season at 2:22, and on count back he's in 4th place. And now to go Chris Baker. A lot of excitement at seeing this fella in competition. 2:36 he's gone to. Big improvements this winter, and somebody who people are talking about.
Yeah, he used to be trained by Aston Moore and Fuzz back in Birmingham a couple of years ago, but he had to go back home to Cardiff for financial reasons. Linked up with Sharon Heveron, who's done a fantastic job with him. As you know, elite sport and high jumping isn't just about physicalness, it's about your mental ability, and Chris Baker, nicknamed Slim for various reasons, it's a bit like Slim Shady, is what we call him. He's really knuckled down, and his mental ability is now matching his physical prowess.
Oh, I was very nearly over at 2:26 as well. Very near.
Really close. Now, what I expect now is Robbie to take the advantage and clear that one first height, because in high jump it's obviously all about clearing the bar on first attempt.
Well, Robbie Grabarts is next to go. Bethan Davis now a long way clear in the 3,000 metres walk. And here's Robbie Grabarts. Coached by Fayez Ahmed, UK outdoor champion in 2013 and 15. Fayez Khan, I beg your pardon, not Ahmed. Better get that right. Have I called him that before this weekend? I do apologise if so. Over he goes! And Robbie Grabarts again at first attempt 2:22, now 2:26.
Yeah, he had some great warm-up. He was jumping 2:20 in warm-up and attempting 2:30s in warm-up. He's absolutely in brilliant shape. It's so good to see Robbie back to near his best as he was in 2012. He's had a few turbulent years with injuries, but now it's Olympic year and Robbie's back. It's really good. What's really good to see is training partner Mike Edwards, and they all train in Loughborough and Birmingham, having his best season of his best competition of the season. So it's really good to see Mike jumping well, and here he goes for his first attempt at 2:26. Or
not this time. Into uncharted territory indoors, Mike. But he'll have 2 further attempts.
Yeah, Mike spent quite a lot of time in America at university and has come back in the last 18 months to train with Faz Khan and Robbie Grabars in Birmingham. I mean, Faz trains quite a lot of these guys. Basically, it's like his training group competition. He coaches David Smith, he coaches Robbie Grabars, coaches Mike Roberts, Matt Roberts, Mike Edwards, Rory Dwyer. So Faz coaches quite a lot of these high jumpers, has a big influence in there, which makes it even better to see Chris Baker being coached by somebody else.
Speaking to him yesterday,
really
talking about Isabel Pooley, who came second in the women's high jump yesterday with a leap of 190, and he really says he does believe that she is capable of going 2 metres.
Oh yeah, I've watched Pooley train, and she is a brilliant trainer, a really professional athlete, and when I see her train I think, of course you can jump 2 metres every day. Sometimes it's just getting it right on the day. So, and when your mind comes into gets in the way of your body, sometimes that's a problem. But
I don't know if I'm betraying confidences, but he also said that if Morgan Lake were to train as a speciality high jumper, she could really do big things.
I don't agree.
You don't
I think if
so?
she continues to train as a heptathlete, she'll jump just as high. Because the multi-event training, supposing the heptathlete, multi-event training is fantastic training, and taking that away might be not so good for her in the high jump.
Chris Baker's second attempt at 2:26, trying to get the support of the crowd. Robbie Grabars has gone clear. Can Chris Baker now do likewise in the high jump? Here he comes, and over the bar he goes. Chris Baker's gone clear at 2:26.
Gave it a little bit of a rattle on the way up.
Apologies about a slight technical problem, unable to, for whatever reason, bring you that leap on our coverage, but he has gone over, trust me. Chris Baker and Robbie Grabars both over at 2:26, and now Mike Edwards with his second attempt. In the 3,000 metres race walk, Bethan Davis is a long way clear into the second half of that race.
Here Mike Edwards goes for his second attempt at 2:26. Oh, and another run through.
Is that a psychological thing?
Yeah, because he hasn't attempted his height probably this season. His run up is probably a bit more speed. This one, you're on a Mondo surface, and that creates problems for one-ways. It makes you run a little bit faster, so I think he's attacking it a little bit more. He's more confident because his 22 was very good. So his run up is out. So all he needs to do now is calm himself down and just do what he does every day in training, and give himself a really good opportunity of clearing the bar.
Bethan Davis going past one of the athletes you may have seen on the inset track cam. She's lapping athletes now. She's way, way clear. This is the third and final attempt for David Smith. Another of Fuzz's boys.
One of Fuzz's boys, he is.
I made a little tribute earlier on to Tom McCook, Birchfield stalwart, who tragically passed away a couple of days ago, and I know as a Birchfield athlete you'd have thoughts about that to pass on to his family.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Tom McCook ever since I've been a Birchfield Harrier, since 1998, and I only saw Tom a week or so ago at Aston Moore's 60th birthday party, and you know, it's always good to see Tom. He was very passionate about the sport, and he was always engaged with the athletes and the coaches, and he wanted the best for everyone. So it's such a sad day and sad news for the sport and our club. He was a real Birchfield Harrier through and through. So Yeah, very, very sad news, and he left a great legacy, which more importantly, so and everyone has a lot of fond memories of him. So.
And if you are just joining us, I would reiterate that our best wishes from all the broadcast team, and indeed everybody up here in Sheffield, I'm sure, for Tom McCook's family at a difficult time. Here's Mike Edwards. His third time at 2:26. David Smith's been eliminated, only two clear. This is his last attempt. He's had 2 run-throughs. Got to go for it this time. Oh, he almost got there.
He did, and if only he'd have had that attempt on his first go, he might have given himself an opportunity to clear that bar, but it wasn't to be for Mike Edwards. He still clears 2:22. It's still a season's best. And
So
actually,
we go
he
to
equals his personal indoor best. So actually, today, Mike Edwards has equalled his personal best. Good job, Mike.
Yep, got to go up to 2:29 now. So it's the anticipated shootout between Chris Baker and Robbie Grabars. Yes, Chris Baker. Not much of him, is there? He's a lean boy.
No, when he trained with us a few years ago, some of the girls in the group could stand in long jump more than he could. So we used to take the mickey out of him and give him a hard time, but he obviously had the ability there always. So, and it's good that Sharon down in Cardiff, Sharon Heveron, has guided him to this. So it's really, really good to see a new relationship and a new partnership forming. So hopefully this is the start of something good.
And having the last laugh big time on those who took the mickey, eh?
Yeah. No, everyone of his former training group are really, really supportive of Chris. We really want him to do well, and it raises the profile of high jump again in Great Britain, and it gives Robbie Grabars something to look back at, give him a big push as well. So let's hope these two can raise their game and go forward.
There's been Tom Parsons and Robbie Grabars going back. There was Steve Smith and Dalton Grant, wasn't there? They sort of feed off rivalries, athletes, and this is potentially another big rivalry developing here right in front of us.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. I mean, remember Dalton Grant coming in, I think it was one of the World Championships, he came in at 2:34, first attempt, cleared it, nobody knew what he was doing, and I think eventually Steve Smith might have beaten him in that competition. But you love those rivalries because you're in a camp of whether we might be in a team Robbie or a team Chris. It's like team Jess or team Gay JT. It's good to have those British rivalries because these guys are the best in the world, and it's really good that they're showcasing the event here. So
good memories of Dalton. I remember that occasion. It puts a smile on my face. We all thought, is this man actually existing on planet bonkers
I know.
here? And he came in and did it. So he was a wonderful big occasion competitor.
But he was probably one of the only sportsmen, high jumpers, who could actually do that.
3,000 metres race walk, and Bethan Davies takes the bell. She's on her last lap now, and she's heading for a massive victory, and she's going to be close to a personal best, if not inside it. A lifetime best at 12:46. Chris Baker, first attempt at 2:29. Meanwhile, in the high jump, the crowd getting right behind him, really enjoying this high jump competition. This is his first attempt. In second place on countback right now. Oh, he's done it!
Oh, well done, Chris.
Grazed it as he went through.
Yeah, excellent job. Now the ball's back in Robbie's court, so now he takes the lead of that competition. Now Robbie, to overtake him, has to clear this on first attempt.
Bethan Davies. She's set her personal best and a new UK record, 12:44.96 in the 3,000 metres. So congratulations to the Cardiff athlete who sets her personal best here at the biggest indoor championship of her year.
Yeah, fantastic effort there for Bethan Davies. We did think that she was on for a personal best, wasn't quite sure if that was going to be a British record, but knocks a good 1 3/4 seconds off her best there. Great effort from Bethan.
Attention now concentrates on the high jump, because at 2:29 this is now a first attempt for Robbie Grabars.
Robbie has to clear this now to get the advantage back from Chris Baker.
So we're just trying to work out who's finishing and who's lapped.
First attempt, 2:29. So now the advantage switches.
Yep, now Chris has now taken up that number 1 spot, and now it's going to be a decision whether Robbie decides, do I go for this height again, or just do I go to the next height in 2:31?
for
Robbie definitely has the confidence to do that. He'll be talking to Fuzz now, his coach.
That's why he's looking across up towards our camera there, because just in front of that, his coach is sitting or standing, and he'll be getting the words of advice and a fair amount of animated sign language, I'm sure.
Yeah, Fuzz will be standing up there and he'll be telling him what to do, how to make sure that jump is better and to clear the next height. I think Robbie might go for this height again, but if he wants to go for the win, he needs to go to the next height, which I think
he's going to.
I think he's now speaking to the judges.
No, he's going to have another go at 2:29.
I think it might be going up, John.
Well,
the bar, I think it's,
oh yeah, he's put his tracksuit top back on.
Both of them are both qualified for the World Indoors, and Robbie's got his 2 Olympic qualifiers, so now it's just all about the win. So
why should I for a moment question the experience and knowledge of an international athlete? It's come up on the computer now, he has indeed passed, and so the bar will go up to 2:31. Which means that Chris Baker will go first, and if he were to miss it, it kind of psychologically is a boost for Robbie.
Yeah, it will be. But remember, Robbie will only have 2 attempts at this next height because he took 1 attempt at 2:29. So because he's passed his 2 attempts, those 2 attempts will be now taken at the next height, where Chris Baker will have 3 attempts remaining at 2:31.
Triple jumpers are just warming up. That's going to be underway before too long. The women's triple jump, that is, but now the men's high jump continues, reaching what could be a thrilling climax. Stadium record is 2:31, held jointly by Robbie Grabas and Tom Parsons. And now here comes Chris Baker trying to equal that. First attempt at 2:31. 2:36 he's managed this winter. This to maintain his advantage in this high jump competition. Ooh, very near.
It was nearly
Very near.
So first time failure. Second failure of the day from entering the competition at 2:17.
I think Robbie might clear this first time. That's my expert guidance on this high jump.
Robbie only came into the competition at 2:22. No wasted effort at the lower heights. And now he's had 1 failure at 2:29, which means that he'd only get 2 chances at 2:31, having elected to go for the higher mark.
So if Robbie clears this height on this attempt, will Chris Baker go to the next height and take his 2 attempts at 33? We could see that happen. Bit of
This is to go back ahead.
high jump's just like a game of chess.
National record at 2:38 stands to Steve Smith from back in 1994. Robbie at 2:31. Hey, ooh, he almost got there, and he knows that was very, very close.
It is, he knows he'd only have 1 attempt now, and if Chris clears it now on his 2nd attempt at 31, Chris had a great attempt at the first height at 31, then Robbie will probably then, I might as well put the bar up to 33 because he wants to win the competition. He wants to go away as the British champion. He doesn't want to finish 2nd.
Both of them have got that World Indoor Championship qualification mark. The 2:33 standard, they've both done that.
Jack Miller. Bronze medalist in 14 minutes 49.48 from Cambridge Harriers, Sophie Lewis Ward.
Presentations being made for the walkers. The bronze medal going to Sophie Lewis Ward of Cambridge. Actually finished in 4th place behind an American athlete, Susan Randall, but she takes the bronze. Emma Achurch of Leicester. She gets the silver medal in a season's best 13:44.23, and gold medalist, indoor British champion with a UK record. Here's Bethan Davis. Beth Davis, 12:44.99, and well done to her.
Yeah, well done Bethan Davis, well done Cardiff.
Congratulations to Bethan Davis receiving a cheque for $2,500.
$2,500 she requires and receives for that new British record. I'm sure that'll go down very well indeed.
That really will go down very well for her.
Really good display of race walking from Beth Davis. And now we turn our attentions back to the high jump, where the bar is at 2:31, and this is a second attempt for Chris Baker.
And Chris getting the crowd involved here. If he clears this height now, it gives Robbie Grabars one opportunity to clear the bar, and then would Robbie then go to the next height. Come on, Chris Baker. Yeah. Come on, Chris Baker.
Lip reading simultaneously. Here he goes. Oh, again, very, very close.
The good thing though, it's confirming his form and his 2:36 that he did a few weeks ago. So this is really good for him. It's a good competition. Him and Robbie. It's the world-class high jump competition between him and Robbie.
Well, Robbie Grabars only has one leap remaining, one attempt remaining. Bar at 2:31, and if he goes clear here, he would be back into the lead. And there would be just one attempt remaining for Chris Baker, who would presumably then take the bar up to 2:33.
Yeah, definitely. When he jumped his 2:36, his attempts at 2:40 were, he should have cleared 2:40. That's how good he was jumping on that day. So we know that Chris Baker is in fantastic form, and so having that one attempt potentially at 2:33 is possible, and him clearing it is definitely on. So we do really want Robbie to clear this.
We want the competition to continue,
We do,
don't we?
we don't want it to stop. Come on, Robbie.
We don't want a 2:29 winning height. That's okay.
Yeah, it's
But it'd be nice to have 2:33,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
would.
Robbie Grabars, this is his last attempt at 2:31. Former UK indoor champion, looking to regain his title, but not this time. It's not to be. So Robbie Grabars goes out with a best of 2:26, and the champion is Chris Baker with his 2:29. And what's he going to elect to do now? Maybe he'll just go for one of the greater heights. What would you do if you were in his position? He's got a personal best at 2:36.
I think I would go up to the next height and give myself a shout at a higher bar. I think. The more opportunities you have at jumping at a high bar, it'd be best for him when it comes to the world indoors, because they're the sort of heights he needs to clear, and needs to clear first time if he wants to be in the mix for a medal.
As you can see, the men's pole vault is going to be starting before too long. And also we've got the men's 200 metre semi-finals, women's 200 metre heats as well. And here's our winner of the high jump. You see what he's decided to do out there?
He's sticking with 2:31. Final attempt at 2:31 for Chris Baker.
This is his last chance at this height. Crowd's right with him. For some, he'll be a new face, but it's a face you'll be getting used to. Chris Baker. And oh, he thought he got it.
So close. But he is, nearly falls off the high jump bed. He is now the first time British indoor champion for 2016. Well done, Chris Baker, and well done to his coach, Sharon Heveron from Cardiff.
And he will be going over to Oregon. And if he can get into 2:36 shape, Robbie Grabars there congratulating him. He's going to be a contender, as they say.
He will be a contender. The Italians are really strong at the moment with Robbie's training partner, Marco Fasanotti, and Tamberi, the Italian record holder at 2:38, and also Mutaz Bashim from Qatar. High jump is looking good at the moment, as it has been for the last couple of years, so every chance Britain potentially have the opportunity of being in a medal mix with two high jump athletes, with Robbie Gavas and Chris Baker. And well done again to Chris Baker, 2:29 winner of the high jump.
Men's 3,000 metres walk about to go. And there you see the lineup. Women's triple jump is also going to be starting shortly. Well, the fastest man in that 3,000 metre race walk list is the man starting from lane 8, Tom Bosworth. Stadium record holder and national record holder. Set that national record this year, back on the 10th of January, 11 minutes 15.81. So he's clearly a man in real shape.
I was here when he did that record. It was at National Multi-Events Championships, and he looked like he could deliver a lot more than that as well. So I expect he'll get close. He'd want to smash that 11 minutes 15 for sure, Tom. He's actually he's doing a really good thing for the sport. He's actually raising the profile of walking. He's very active on social media, as most athletics fans would know. He's a really good ambassador for the sport and for the event. So we really want Tom to really raise his game and match what Bethan Edwards did in the women's 3K.
Well, there he is closest to us on the track cam cutaway there. Tom Bosworth, big favourite to take the gold medal here this afternoon, and maybe he could be pushing his own national record once again. Triple jump underway. There was no jump first off for Gateshead's Emily Gargan, just 17 years old, and now Michelle Robbins-Hulse from Trafford, a Trafford Harrier. Michelle, 29 years old, and this her opening attempt. Well, she looked to hit the board well. White flag is raised.
I'm standing here down by the 16th finish with our new British indoor champion, Chris Baker. Not quite up to 2:36, but you had a fantastic year.
Chris Baker being interviewed on the infield for the advantage of the crowd and talking about his terrific indoor season.
Of course, you've got the World Indoor qualifier, so are you looking forward to going next forward? Have you made that decision yet?
Yeah, I'll go to Portland. It's going to be a great experience for me doing global major. I haven't done one before, so it's all learning towards Rio.
Telling how much he's looking forward to going to Portland and his first global competition.
Yeah, Chris has been to Commonwealth Games back in Glasgow in 2014, so he didn't jump as well as he hoped last year, so he's really raised his game. Obviously Olympics raises everyone's game, so yeah, this will be first global championships, and hopefully it'll be a good experience for him.
In the triple jump, Sinead Goodsmore waiting, Birchfield Harrier.
She's coached by Aston Moore, Asher Hadson's former coach.
So after the excitement of the ladies and the British record that was
Quite sure what the delay is.
I think there's an issue with the measuring equipment, John, from what I see. They're still trying to measure the previous jump. That's why the result hasn't come up of yet.
Christopher Snook, Aldershot and Farnham, good junior athlete in the race, just 16 years old, the 3,000 metres race walk, alongside another 16-year-old, the Manx Harrier Tom Partington, and at the other end of the scale from Tamworth, 51-year-old Mark Williams in the green vest there, alongside Guy Thomas from Tunbridge, 18 years old, Cameron Corbishley, Medway and Maidstone, from Bexley AC, Luck Legon, 18 years old. And there's Tim Snook, older brother of Christopher, another from Aldershot and Farnham. And there is Tom Bosworth, the UK record holder, and he'll be going for another one and another financial bonus here this afternoon, I am sure, looking for that $2,500 reward if he could break his own national record once more. And completing the lineup from Enfield and Haringey, that's 18-year-old Callum Wilkinson.
And Sinead Goodsmore takes her first attempt in a women's triple jump. First jump for Robbins-Hulse was 12 metres 21.
So as the walk gets underway, that jump from Sinead
Tom Bosworth straight into the lead.
number 2, and the outdoor champion looks like it will take the lead. That's currently held at
Do you think he would have been inspired by Bethan Edwards? to break
Well,
that British
he'll
record?
certainly be aware, won't he?
He will be aware. He's actually not too far off the world record here, set by a Finnish athlete back in 1984, Riima Salonen, 10 minutes 56. He's only 19 seconds off that world record. I wonder if he's got that in mind. And Sinead Gutsmore, 12.93 in her first attempt.
Callum Wilkinson in pursuit and now going past Bosworth, and he's now taken over the lead. Brave move from the London youngster. Callum Wilkinson setting the pace.
Yeah, Callum Wilkinson has a best from this year of 11 minutes 39.87. So he's only not too far away from Tom Bosworth's 11.15. So he obviously wants to go and chase Tom Bosworth to a personal best there.
He's having none of that nonsense, Tom, is he now? Back
He's
in
not.
front. Presentation being made for the high jumpers. Victory there for Chris Walker. Mike Edwards, the bronze medalist. Mike Edwards, 2.26. Robbie Grabars taking the silver. And the gold going to Chris Walker. First time British indoor champion.
First time. Hopefully first of many. So Angela Barrett taking her first attempt for Thames Valley Harrows in the women's triple jump. Has a season's best of 13.05 and a personal best of 13.18.
Tom Bosworth's gone away from young Callum now. He's some 30 or 40 metres ahead. Long way still to go, but it looks as though his name's already on victory here.
It looked like Wilkinson might have just woken up Tom Bosworth when he overtook him on the back straight of the second lap. And so Tom's obviously thought, I'm not having any of this. I need to set the pace down now. So he set out his stall now.
As so often, the man against the clock.
This must be such a difficult event to do indoors than on the road because of the camber of the bends.
In the triple jump in round one, Sinead Gutsmore leads 12.93, but that jump by Angela Barrett, not too far off it.
Next in the triple jump, this is Montana Jackson from the West Suffolk Athletics Club, 22 years old. Angela Barrett's opening attempt, 12.78, put her into second place behind Sinead Gutsmore. And now what can Montana Jackson do? Looks as though it may be a red card possibly. Did she overstep? No. She gets the white raised. Close.
Close. Very close.
Well, she's got a personal best of 12.44. And here comes Tom Bosworth, about to lap Tamworth's Mark Williams. 12.35 was the opening distance for Montana Jackson.
Next to go in the triple jump is Charlotte Ogden from Stockport, only 18 years old and a best of 12.04 this year.
So absolutely flying is Tom Bosworth. He's on about 11 minutes exactly in terms of pacing the British record.
Tom Bosworth, I'm being told, is on national record schedule. He's inside the time needed to break his 11 minutes 15 national record mark. If he can keep this going, he would not just break it, he'd smash it.
He's on the charge here in Sheffield.
That's a red flag there for Charlotte Ogden of Stockport in the first round of the women's triple jump.
Tom Bosworth going down the back straight has to ensure that some part of his foot is in contact with the track at all times. Marshall's keeping a close watch to see if there is any infringement.
Alison Wilder now from Sutton District next to go in the women's triple jump. She will finish the first round.
It is hurting Tom, he's really pouring it on. Look at the grimace on his face as he goes through now with 8 laps to go. Makes you realise how good Asher Hansen was back in 1998 when she set the national record, 15 metres and 16.
I think that was the world record at
It
the
was
time,
at the
wasn't
time,
it? Yes,
yeah.
it was.
It was.
Wasn't that done at the World Championship, the European Championships in Valencia?
Or was it in? I was there.
You were there.
Who's telling us?
I don't know.
Have we got that information being passed to us?
Was I right? Yeah, it was one of the, I think it was European Championship Valencia, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, yeah. I think Jonathan Edwards won that one as well, actually, I think. Didn't he? You must know, John, you were there.
I should have paid more attention
Yeah.
to where I was. I remember the jump, I don't remember where I was.
I know it was Valencia. I just couldn't remember if it was World or European Champs.
She was a great talent, Asher Hansen.
Yeah, and unfortunately her career ended with a nasty knee injury back in 2004 in Big Gosh at the European Cup, now the European Team Championships.
Emily Gargan of Gateshead, her first attempt, or rather a second attempt, but she's yet to register a legitimate jump. 17-year-old from Tyneside.
So Tom's just gone round now. I think he's lapped everybody, hasn't he?
He has.
Has he got 5 laps to go? He's just coming up to Mark Williams of
She's got
Tamworth for a second lap.
She's got another red flag. That's 2 red flags. What's the ruling here? If she gets 3, is she allowed to continue?
I'm really never sure, because there's 8 athletes here, 8 would go through, so if she was the 9th
okay.
athlete, she wouldn't go through. I think they will get 6 rounds because of the number of athletes in the competition.
And here's Bosworth again, coming up towards the line now with just over 5 laps to go. He's still on 11-minute pace.
Yes, 2,000 metres done, 7:21 pace.
He's not only looking at the electronic timing, Tom Bosworth, he's got his own watch. He knows exactly where he'll be.
He'll be getting his 200-metre splits. He'll be analysing them when he's finished his race. Him and the coach will probably look back and see where they could gain speed or maintain speed.
Well, if he's on 11-minute point, the world record's at 10:56, so you never know.
Yeah. Is there a bigger bonus for a world record here, do you know, John?
I would suspect
There
that
might
is
be.
the case. I'd be very surprised if there's not another $2,500 tucked away somewhere.
Yeah.
We think that's the case.
8:05 as he goes through the finish line. That is back on 11-minute pace.
He's still on 11-minute pace.
Seconds inside his own British record.
So he'd be breaking his own British record by some 15 seconds. And if he can just crank it up that little bit more, the world record could be on. A world record which Kelly Sutherson was telling you has stood since 1984 to the Finn Reima Salonen.
Second round of the triple jump now. Sinead Gutsmore going for her second attempt. She leads currently with 12:93.
3 laps to go now in the race walk. Bosworth pouring it on, 8:51 at 2,400 metres, still in line for an 11-minute finishing time. There's Callum Wilkinson in second place, long way back.
Good jump there for Gutsmore. Fortunately, it was a foul. She still leads the competition with 12:93 from Angela Barrett of 12:78.
And I think that Callum Wilkinson has been given a red, and I think he's been pulled out.
Yes, he has, just on the home straight there, John.
So he must have been pulled out for lifting there. Sure sign that fatigue is setting in, and Bosworth wants the crowd to cheer him all the way now. Him against the clock, and he goes through with less than 2 laps to go. He's going faster now, and all down that back straight. Fans are bellowing, come on Tom.
Has he got a real opportunity of breaking the world record here, do you think, John?
Well, we'll see. It'll become more apparent as he comes into the last 200 metres.
Come on, Tom Bosworth. Just 250 metres to go. The British record is most certainly on, but can he get the world record?
Well, you talk about raising the profile, and this is most definitely doing that. It's one of the Cinderella events of the sport, and now he goes through with 1 lap to go. Can he do it? He's going to break his British record, that is assured. The world record stands at 10:56. Down the back straight he goes. He's waving to the crowd, already celebrating. He's going to break the British record, and I think he's going to be marginally outside this world record, but he's really going for it.
Come on, Tom. 10:56 is the world record, 11:15 is the British record. Can he get under 11 minutes?
I don't think he's going to break the world record. He doesn't. The world record still stands, but he has smashed the national record.
I think
He
about
goes through and he's
10:58
taken
there.
a huge lump off it. 10:57 or 10:58 thereabouts, subject to confirmation. He's not just edged home, he's broken the national record by some 17 seconds.
If only he wasn't during the crowd to cheer him up, he could have got that world record there, Tom.
I wonder if he knew how close to the world record he was.
Yeah, I think maybe he didn't. A really, really great effort from Tom Bosworth. First time under 11 minutes indoors, absolutely smashes the British record, his own personal best, by at least 16, 17 seconds.
Well, we'll bring you the exact time, and here it is, 10:58.21. The best before was 11 minutes 15.81. He's just taken it apart.
He has taken it apart, for sure. He did it all by himself, had to overtake many athletes, lapped quite a few athletes 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 times. So if he'd had a clear run, maybe he could have broken that world record.
Only missed it by 2 seconds.
2 seconds, that's nothing, is it? That's 2 strides.
And if
2 or 3
only
strides.
he'd had a little bit of help, if he'd had somebody going with him just to take a little bit of the early strain maybe.
Yeah. Let's not underplay it. He did a fantastic time under 11 minutes. I wonder if he had that in mind when he set off today. Absolutely great. So we've had 2 walks, 2 competitions, 2 British records. Fantastic for the event.
Well, he was following his watch all the way, wasn't he? He had the electronic timer as well, but he had his own watch, his own time set. He knew exactly where he was right the way through.
Yeah, he had his splits. He knew he would have had a game plan going out there, and the only thing that would have affected it was the amount of times he would have had to lap people when he had to overtake them. So yeah, great effort. It's starting to make walks. Making this. It was a really exciting walk to watch. We knew that Tom had a potential to break the world record, and the whole stadium were behind him. So it was really great to see.
Chris Snook coming up to the line. He takes the silver medal. And in 3rd place, Tom Partington from the Isle of Man. Those two just 16 years old, 2nd and 3rd.
I think Chris Snook there just broke his personal best, and Tom Partington by a considerable margin. So it'd be good to see what those terms are when they're confirmed.
I think he is cracking, and I think it's fair to say you enjoyed that race. Yeah, okay, let's say I enjoyed it. That's the right word. I've never seen anybody go to that pace waving to the crowd.
Tom Bosworth suggested, coming from Danny Crates, our interview, that he'd never seen anybody waving to the crowd as he did. It was a bit Steve Ovett-esque, wasn't it, the way he was celebrating?
Yeah, he's a character, that's for sure, Tom Bosworth, very much like within the British team and his training, and on social media, very funny guy, very witty, lots of things to say, great ambassador for British athletics.
$2,500, and of course the new British record. Thank you very much. Thank you to the officials, thank you to the fans, thanks for coming.
In the triple jump, Laura Ziela, personal best of 12:37 to move her up into 3rd place. And Angela Barrettson improved in the 2nd round to 12 metres 89. Wilder now taking a 3rd attempt, and improved to 12:77. That's a season's best for Alison Wilder.
Tom Bosworth rightly very happy indeed. Smile on his face and saying, I'm sure you're picking up on our stadium microphones, hopefully you were, but he was paying a big tribute to the assistance he got from the crowd, helping him on and spurring him on right the way round.
Behind Angela Barrett, and still long-term leader Sinead Goodsmore. We start round 3 with Emily Gargan, who's had 2,000 in the first 2 rounds, so looking for her first rally mark, 17-year-old Jason.
Moving into the third round of the triple jump now. Gutsmore leading with 12.93. Young Emily Gargan has yet to hit that takeoff board right. She's had 2 no jumps so far.
Well, there's not many athletes that run slower than they walk, but maybe Tom Bosworth is one of them. And you can see the 4 results scrolling through. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. National record, the personal best, the silver, bronze, and 4th place.
Emily Gargan then, the 17-year-old from Gateshead. This is the third round of the triple jump. Does she get a white flag this time?
That is a white flag.
Thank goodness.
Thankfully. You don't want to go to the National Championships and get 3 fouls, so that's good for the 17-year-old from Gateshead. Has a best of 12.08 this year.
Emily Gargan, who gets the white flag on that jump. Opening up round 3, the halfway point. 4 of the competitors will get 3 more jumps at the end of this round.
12.21.
And that's a big personal best for Emily Gargan. Under all that pressure after 2 fouls, excellent effort. She's in 7th place.
Good for her. Trafford's Michelle Robbins-Holtz. She's in 6th place with 12.25.
They've got 7 or 8 minutes until the next event.
Next event on the track, the heats of the women's 200 metres. Little way away though, so we can concentrate on these field events. No improvement clearly for Michelle, who will remain in 6th place with 12.25. Sinead Gutsmore next to go, the reigning UK outdoor champion. And looking to add the indoor title as well. Has the lead with 12.93 at this stage.
Yeah, Sinead Gutsmore, coached by Aston Moore. She just moved over to him in the last 12 months. From Kevin Reeves at Birchfield.
Gutsmore, the event leader, with the longest jump so far at 12.93. She's on the runway for that third round attempt.
Well, she's the event leader. She has gone over 13 metres indoors, well over, and it looks as though she might have done there.
And that's a white flag for Sinead Gutsmore in the 3rd round. That looks to be an improvement on her 1st round jump of 12.93.
13.32 is a lifetime best. Terrific round of applause from the crowd in this home straight, from which we're commentating for Tom Bosworth as he completes his lap of honour. Improving his own UK national record by a huge margin.
And that's 13.29 for Sinead Gutsmore, and maintains her lead, and just short of her personal best of 13.32.
So far, Sinead Gutsmore and Birchfield consolidating her lead and heading perhaps for an indoor title to match her outdoor title from last summer. Next on the runway, it'll be Laura Ziala of Marshall Milton Keynes.
Laura Ziala of Marshall Milton Keynes now, just 17 years old. She's in 4th with 12.37, which was a personal best.
Just a run through there for Laura Ziala of Marshall Milton Keynes. Run up wasn't quite right there. Still in 4th position in the 3rd round of the women's triple jump.
Tom Partington given the bronze medal in the 3,000 metres race walk. Silver goes to Chris Snook, both 16-year-olds. And both of them setting big personal bests in attaining those positions. And the national record being given now with the check to Tom Bosworth. There he is. And the performance of the day so far, you would say. $2,500 reward. British record broken by a margin of more than 16 seconds. And is he now closing in on the world record? Andy Turner joining me now. He went brilliantly.
He did. He looked like he really enjoyed it as well. He
Big time.
milked
The
his
crowd,
lap of honour,
the
but
crowd
he
did, more to the point.
Absolutely, he got really involved. He's been talking all week about how much he loves competing here. Yeah, the crowd really backed him. Really got into that race.
Well, there's confirmation of the result. 11:15 was his national record before that.
Oh, he's hammered that. 2 national records in the last half an hour.
And the world record 10:56. He'll have that in his sights now.
Absolutely.
He doesn't want it to end, does he?
He'll milk it for all it's worth, you watch.
Bosworth's time, third on the world all-time list and the fastest since 2011.
Yeah, that's pretty special, isn't it? When you look at it, put it in that context.
Back to the triple. Montana Jackson in the third round, and Montana had a no jump, and so now it's one of the athletes looking for her first legitimate mark. This is Charlotte Ogden, 2 failures so far. Stockport Harrier, 18 years old. 12:08 is her best, and now her third attempt. Current lead held by Sinead Goodsmore at 13:29. Well, is she going to get a white flag this time? She does. And that's as she clinches her fists. She's happy that she's managed to get a mark measured, but it's close to her lifetime best as well. 12:04, maybe just short of that. But that's more like it. Reaching the halfway stage of the triple jump. Alison Wilder now, Sutton and District. Women's 200 metres heats coming up shortly.
Ogden there is 7 centimetres off her personal best after doing 2 fouls in the first and second round.
That's why she was clenching her fist. She knew that she'd,
Yep.
by her own standards, she'd done what she needed to, and she's in sight of setting her best ever here.
Absolutely. I always wonder how nervy it is for a jumper when she's done 2 fouls, especially in a championship when you've got 3 attempts to get through to the next kind of phase of the competition.
The seasoned competitors often play safe with their opening attempt, don't they? Just to get one in the bag, and then push it.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, starting in your event used to be a bit like that, didn't it?
I know. I remember actually my first ever outdoor trials. I raced Colin Jackson. It's the first time I ever raced him, and it was a 2 false starts, and you get disqualified. And I told my friends, if I race Colin, I'm going to do a false start on purpose, just so I get myself on TV. I'm going to wave to my friends on TV next to Colin, and I did it. And I actually ran a personal best the next time I got out. Colin wasn't amused, but
no, I can imagine he wouldn't be smiling happily. With you doing a bit of showboating next to him.
Absolutely. I didn't think I was going to make it out of my heat though, to be honest. But I did.
Well, here we go with the women's 200 heats. First 1 plus 3 fastest losers to go into the finals. These are effectively the semi-finals. There's Jessica Taylor. Sale Harriers Manchester. Jess is 27. Kimberly Baptiste, former under-23 medalist from Crawley Athletics Club. Christy Edwards from Sheffield. She's run 24:22. And Stacey Downey on the outside, who set a personal best of 24:76 this season. Fastest in the field here, Christy Edwards, the Sheffield runner, starting from lane 5. 1 lap of the track. Catherine Merry involved in the in-stadium presentation. She's the national record holder. 22.83, her best mark.
That's a serious
Set back in
time.
1899. Sorry, 1999.
1890. I appreciate you said that.
Something just upsetting things. Kimberly Baptiste getting a word from one of the judges there, just making sure that she's set properly on her blocks.
No warning, the green card. Taylor, Baptiste, Edwards and Downing.
So no warning being given, just a little bit of technical advice from the judges down there, the green card. And certainly not the dreaded red card, which sends athletes despondently walking away from the start.
And then they get that sympathy clap from the crowd.
Yeah, I bet you don't like that.
No, not at all, not at all.
One lap of the track then. Good start from Edwards, out in lane 5. Being tracked on the inside by Jess Taylor, but Edwards has the lead. Baptiste trying to go with her inside. Not going particularly well on the outside. Stacey Downey and Kimberly Baptiste looking strong as they come off the bend. And Jess Taylor's right in it, in the inside as well. First one only to qualify as of right, and Baptiste gets there ahead of Edwards, and that's a bit of a turn up and a winning time. She smashed her personal best, 24.13. She maybe doesn't know that yet, but she's taken the better part of half a second off her personal best.
She's 24.89 was her best, well, her season's best coming. 24.62 her personal best. She's absolutely smashed that. What I like about her is that she although Christy Edwards came out the blocks really well, Baptiste didn't tie up towards the end. She held her form, and that's what pulled her through to the end. She knew only one person qualifies. You know, she's got to run through the line, keep her form, and that's exactly what she did.
Well, at this stage, you see the athlete in lane 4, Christy Edwards. She was in front,
Flying.
and on the inside, Baptiste under pressure from Jess Taylor as well. But now she runs a really good top bend.
You look at her form there; it's absolutely perfect. Christy Edwards is tying up on the outside, but Baptiste holds her form. She does fantastic. She's holding it right to the end. Absolutely fantastic. 24.13, massive personal best, and into the next round.
24.26 for Christy Edwards, and a personal best for Jessica Taylor in lane 3 of 24.43. They will wait and see if their times are going to be competitive to get them through as fastest losers. Back in the triple jump. Competition into its 4th round phase. This is the youngster from Gateshead, Emily Gargan, 12.22, her best so far, which was a personal best. Can she? No, she can't go further on this occasion.
It's a busy field, and it includes Sheffield's own Luke Cutts, 1970s vaulted this year. That's a couple of Olympic standards.
Men's pole vault will be underway before too long. Competitors being introduced to the crowd.
Qualifying rights, Cutts and the others will be chasing. So their athletes due to start
I had a little chat with Luke Cutts earlier about the pole vault. He's obviously having a fantastic indoors so far, but he's got one target on his mind today, and that is to try and beat. He's not caring about the qualifying time. He's not caring about the 5.77, I think, qualifying height. He wants a personal best. He wants 5.84. That's what he says he's targeting today, which is would be 1 centimetre higher than his personal best.
Michelle Robbins-Holtz getting a red flag. She remains in 6th place, 12.25 her best. Sinead Gutsmore leading in this triple jump with her 3rd round attempt of 13 metres 29.
Some of the names in that final. Kate Newton at 5.15, Cutts at 5.30, Maxine's at 5.30, and also Andrew Sutcliffe, Stell Harry up due to go at 5 metres and 30 as well.
Pole vault starting shortly with Cameron Walker-Shepherd at 4 metres 80. Luke Cutts is the favourite for this Sheffield lad who's managed 5 metres 70 this season and has got an all-time best of 5.83. And Adam Haig, another youngster from South Yorkshire, training partner of Cuts, he's going to be fancying a good performance on home territory as well.
Absolutely, it's going to be it's a great rivalry already. And
he's only 18, young Adam.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a great performance from him. It's going to be an exciting final between the two of those guys. But like I said, Luke Cutts has got one thing on his mind, and it's not about the qualifying height. It's about personal best today. 5.84. That is what he wants.
Now I'm clutching a statistic off the top of my head here. I suspect the European junior record for pole vault is 5 metres 60, and I'll just try and check that. But if that's the case, then Adam Haig could be on for that European junior mark at some stage later on this afternoon. I'll check that one, but I have a feeling somewhere that 5.60 is that European junior record, and he's done 5.55 this season. Second of the women's 200 metre heats is going to be going shortly. Athletes just being introduced to the crowd. Only 3 athletes in this second one. Steffi Wilson from Shaftesbury Barnet will be starting in lane 4. She's got a season's best of 24.98. Charlotte Patterson, Kingston upon Hull, 18-year-old alongside her. She's run 24.66 this season, and the favourite on the outside is the Sale Harrier Manchester athlete Rebecca Wilson, who again has been in personal best form this winter, clocking 24.34. One lap of the track, nice clean start, and Patterson going well, but now getting right into her stride is Rebecca Wilson down that back straight. But Charlotte Patterson has the advantage as they come into the top bend, and now somehow Wilson has to respond and isn't looking as though she's able to do so. The battle's on between lanes 4 and 5, and it's going to be Charlotte Patterson who holds Steffi Wilson. Rebecca Wilson a little bit disappointingly off the pace, back in 3rd place. And a clear win and into the final, Charlotte Patterson.
It looks to be a personal best as well. 24.66 going into the race, and I think she's just ran 24.46. And to be honest as well, I think she could have run the race better. Pretty even towards the start, I thought. She's no one's really making any ground up on each other, but all of a sudden she starts to come through. She looks to me like she's overstriding slightly from just right there, but you know, she manages to hold it together.
Personal best, yeah, 24.46.
Yeah, across the line, personal best. And she's only a young athlete to come here and do it, you know, run a personal best in the heat. Fair play, well done to her.
Well, what that will mean for the times behind her is that the beaten athletes, Christy Edwards and Jessica Taylor, from that first semi-final, coming in behind Kimberly Baptiste. At the moment, they're the 2 fastest losers, so they, as things stand, would be taking a place in the final.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, they would probably get lane 1 to 3. That's the only problem. The 200 final, you know, generally, but the best lanes are the outside 3. But if you make the final, you make the final.
Triple jump. This is Angela Barrett. She's second at the moment. 12 metres 89 was her best before then.
They look pretty close, if not maybe over that.
It's somewhere in that vicinity once more, isn't it? 13.29 is Gutsmore's leading mark. Triple jump, that great combination of speed and technique.
She's been really consistent throughout the whole rounds as well. 12.78, 12.89, 12.86 and 12.70 in her 4th round. So consistent, but no improvement.
Just 1 attempt remaining in this 4th round of 6 in the women's triple jump, and it's for the current leader, Sinead Gutsmore, Birchfield Harrier, as the pole vault getting underway on the far side. Here's Sinead, the crowd with her. She came very close to her personal best, which stands at 13 metres 32. Can she crack it now?
Oh, it gets a red flag.
Oh, well, she was only just over it, and that would have been an emphatic yes.
That looked a lot better than a.
Looked 13 and a half metres, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Okay, going to the track.
Back onto the track, and this is the third of the women's 200 metre heats. Saw Louise Bloor going well yesterday.
Yeah, I think she's certainly the one to beat, especially in this one, not just in this heat, but in the 200 in general.
Rebecca Campsell as well in form. City of York athlete running in lane 6.
Coming on.
One athlete clear at 480, and the pole vault is Leon Benitez of the Notts Athletics Club. Only man clear so far. Big guns have yet to come in. Luke Cutts and Andrew Sutcliffe, who's also a 5:55 man at best. They're down to come in at 5 metres 30.
I was talking to Luke again earlier, and he mentioned something about the progression heights. He said they were quite steep, it's a lot steeper than normal. And he said that some athletes were actually pulled out of the competition due to the height increases.
An interesting one.
Yeah. Surely I should just fancy a challenge, surely, no?
Who knows what goes on inside an athlete's mind?
That's why I don't do pole vault. In fact, my high jump PB is higher than my pole vault PB. There you go. There's one for you. And that is actual truth.
Cameron Walker-Shepherd, the 23-year-old Birchfield Harrier, second failure at 4 metres 80.
And she gets a white flag, so that brings her into sequence. We had 6 fouls and minus 9 jumps.
We'll be having a look at Joe Lister from the Harrow Athletics Club, just 18 years old. He's had one failure at 480. National record is Luke Cutts' mark of 583. The stadium record goes back to 2009 and Steve Lewis at 565.
And he's had a great last few years as well. Commonwealth champion?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was champion, yeah. Obviously, in Arizona, living in Arizona now, preparing for the Olympics. But the way he's been going, potentially we're going to have him and Luke, both 580 plus jumpers. And then we've got the other young boy as well,
If you can get up towards 6 metres, you never know, okay?
That's it.
Renaud Lavillenie has done 6 metres 16, but it's a couple of years ago, isn't it? And you've got to do it on the day. That's what it's all about. Look at all those world records that Sergei Bubka had. They never won the Olympic gold.
That's true. But didn't Lavillenie have a good indoors recently? Didn't he jump over 6 metres just recently? I think he attempted something ridiculous as well.
I have a feeling he's gone over 6, hasn't he?
I'm pretty sure he has, yeah.
Is it the young Canadian lad who beat him and who was competing in Scotland?
There's another competition that's ringing a bell that I saw on Twitter somewhere, and he attempted some 6:17 or something like that. Maybe I read it, maybe I dreamt it. I'm not too sure.
We'll be able to find it somewhere. It was 2014 that he broke the world record. Anyway, more of that in a bit. Let's concentrate on this. That's Chloe Lambert from Victoria Park, Glasgow. 24:55 her best time. And Rebecca Campsell on the outside. City of York. Got to the final of the 60 metres yesterday. And now looking to produce something special in the 200. But Louise Bloor looks in terrific shape. She's in lane 4. Not the ideal lane draw, but she'll take some stopping. 30 years old and seemingly running into some really good form. One lap of the track,
Please start in the
and
final
Bloor
heats.
out hard,
Automatically through
closing
boundaries.
right down on Lambert outsider and already overhauling as they go down the back straights. Closest challenger is Campsell on the outside, but Bloor is looking really strong and full of running as she comes around the top bend and has a lead fully of some 4 or 5 metres, maybe more. Campsell is just rallying a little on the outside, but that's a really good quality run. 23.67 for Louise Bloor is only just outside her lifetime best, and as I say, not running from a great lane draw. That's impressive.
Absolutely, give her lane 6 and I think she would have run a personal best by miles there. A really quality run. She pushed off hard, she ran the first bend really, really tough, made ground up straight away on Chloe Lambert just outside of her. Back straight, strong straight, running really well again, straight, running down Rebecca Campsell around the top bend. She knows she's in the lead, she's still pushing hard at this point though. As she comes around the bend, I think to me she looks like she's relaxing a little bit. I think there's more in the tank, give her an outside lane, and like I said, I think that's a personal best run right there.
Looks in terrific shape. Really good run that. Third time lucky in the pole vault for Walker Shepherd. He's gone over. Cameron Walker Shepherd, one of 4 athletes clear at 480. Nobody eliminated as yet, but that could change because Matt Cullen's about to have his final attempt at that height. 2 failures so far in the triple jump. Alison Wilder in the 5th round, currently in 3rd place with 12.77. Had needed to go past 12.89 to move up into 2nd.
Yeah, I don't think that was an improvement on 12.77. But from the angle we're looking at, you can't tell.
Bar raised to 5 metres in the pole vault. Matt Cullen did fail at the opening height of 480, so he's been eliminated. And the first to go, Cameron Walker Shepherd of Birchfield.
12.16 for Wilder, so no improvement there.
This is the athlete currently in 2nd place. Angela Barrett.
Well, Angela Barrett's in 2nd place with that 12.89 in the 2nd round that I was telling you about. 13.29 is what she's aiming for to take the lead. That's a good effort if she gets the white flag. She does. And it's not far enough to challenge for the lead, but it's certainly up round about her best mark so far, 12.89.
Absolutely, looks right in that. Looks right about where she's been jumping all day.
It's in that area. Angela Barrett, Thames Valley Harrier. And here's Cameron Walker. 13.03. She's cracked the 13 barrier, improving her 2nd place. And Sinead Gutsmore next to go is the leader. Men's 200. The men's 200 semi-finals coming up on the track.
In fact, I was just talking to David Limo, who runs in lane 4 in this first 200. And he's been running personal best all season. He ran a personal best again in the 60s yesterday. And he said, although he just ran personal best, you know, he's starting to feel a bit tired, a bit fatigued. But then you stick him in, stick a set in the semi-final, and anything could happen. So he's got lane 4, not the best lane. But he's got the 2 guys who ran fantastic outside of him in the first round. So this could be I think this could be a first sub-21 200-metre semi-final.
I was very impressed with young Cameron Tyndall, the Scottish lad who's starting in lane 5. 21:14 is PB. He looks like a sub-20 man before very long. Might be
Absolutely.
this afternoon.
This could be the race for him as well. I mean, you've got David Lima at 21:01 inside you, so he's going to be running scared. He's got somebody to aim for on the outside of him. He's in a perfect place now to run another personal best.
There's Nick Stewart in lane 2, a youthful-looking 36-year-old.
He looks
21.
good, doesn't he?
Does that make you feel bad?
I look way older than him, and I'm younger than him.
Tommy Ramdam, quality junior athlete. Tommy Ramdam. And there is David Lima, setting those personal bests this year, representing Portugal. Talented young Scotsman. Scottish junior indoor record holder Cameron Tyndall. 21:14, his personal best. And Toby Harris, the under 20 indoor champion from the Brighton Phoenix Club, another 17-year-old on the outside. Battle of the youths. Cameron Tyndall and Toby Harris, how fast might they go? First two in each heat. David Lima's going to put them under pressure, and Tommy Ramdam in lane 3, also a talent. Could be a close one, this. Will they dip sub 21 seconds? Could be. Tyndall goes out hard, and the Scotsman's run a really good first 60 metres. He's got the advantage now as they go down the back straight. Lima's got inside in his sights inside him, and Toby Harris is maybe improving, and also right there up there is Ramdam. This is going to be close. It's Lima, and on the outside now Harris comes home from Lima. Third place was Ramdam, fourth place Tyndall. 21.11, and Toby Harris has set a new lifetime best.
Wow, another race. Wow, fantastic. What a race. I mean, 4 guys all in a row coming off the top ends about who wanted it the most, who could hold the form, and Toby Harris was the one to do it. But absolutely flew out of the blocks, Cameron Tyndall did. He completely chewed up Toby Harris down that back straight. But again, you know, once you're out in the lead, you've got to hold yourself, you've got to keep your form. It doesn't happen, he ties up a little bit, David Lima comes on his shoulder. Tommy Ramdam's right there as well, the 4 of them in the line. Who wants it the most, who can control the form? Toby Harris does, and he takes the win, 21:11, another personal best.
Tony Lima, David Lima, Tony Lima, he was a golfer from so long ago.
That's not that
David
guy.
Lima, he goes into the final as second place, and Tommy Ramdam third, 21:38. Cameron Tyndall 21:32. Cameron Tyndall 21:38 are going to have to wait and see. Pole vault now. The bar at 5 metres. That was Nick Cole, the Sheffield man, bringing the bar down. One man cleared there so far is Leon Benitez, but some of the big names yet to enter the pole vault competition with the bar at this stage.
Yes, it does make for a fantastic competition when you've got the likes of Luke Lutz and Andy Sutcliffe in the competition. It's going to be a good one. Unfortunately, Antonio Infantino disqualified in the heat. I spoke to him again. He did put an appeal in. It was on that first bend that we spoke about, where he marginal put his foot on. I mean, I don't, from what we could see off the TV, and that's what he used that on as his appeal. You couldn't see 100%. I don't think you could see 100%. So I think he's been pretty hard done to have been disqualified there. But we won't
the
be seeing
judges
him.
are making their call with the naked eye, are they? Or are
Well,
they
yeah,
looking?
they-
Or are the judges making their call off the pictures we see?
Off what we've seen, but the judge that actually disqualified him wasn't standing near the infringement. So he's arguing, well, you know, you couldn't actually see it right, and you can't see from a grainy image. He said it's not HD. How can you tell? I've got wide spikes and this, that, and the other. you know, from what we could see on the TV, we couldn't even see if he actually did put his foot on the line. And they're using these same images to uphold his disqualification, which I find very.
There's been some very tough calls made all through the weekend, haven't there?
Yeah.
Second failure at 5 metres, by the way, that was, we saw while you were explaining that, from Cameron Walker-Shepherd. And we now have the triple jump on screen. We're in the last round, and this is the athlete who is in 4th place.
5 jumps left in this women's triple jump final.
Montana Jackson, West Suffolk. She's got a best of 12:54. Can she go further? Good effort. Good effort. She needs 12:77 to get into the top 3. Looks as though she might be just short of that.
Yeah, it looks just below that mark, I think.
Back to the pole vault. And a good 5 metre vault from Joe Lister. Over at the second time of asking. Triple jump was 12:55, so she did improve by a matter of 1 centimetre, saved her best till last.
Every centimetre counts.
So they say.
I'm excited to see what Chris Clark can produce in the second round of the 200.
Last round of the triple jump, and that's not going to change anything, I don't think.
Yeah, but as I was saying, Chris Clark, I think we might see something special. Maybe not in this round, but I think in today, maybe in the final. He's certainly in sub-21 shape. I'm not too sure anybody's going to be able to beat Chris Clark today. That's my opinion. I think he looked fantastic in the heat. I think he looked very, very relaxed, very easy.
He looks very, very relaxed. He took the words out of my mouth there. Yeah. He looks as though it's a breeze, doesn't he? It's looking as though he's totally in control of himself, of his emotions, knows exactly what he's got to produce.
Maybe he's just got a good poker face. Maybe he's an absolute wreck inside. Who knows?
I don't know. Yeah, it could be.
No, he's not. He's
the old swan gliding across the lake with the legs going like Billy O underneath.
Yeah, that's it. No, he does look. He looks really relaxed. He looks ready to go. He just looks like a man who knows he's in shape, to be honest. And when you know you're in shape, it's a great feeling when you're on the start line.
Well, that did change things. That triple jump we just saw, because Laura Zayalor just managed 12:57, which hoisted her up from 4th place. A previous best mark was down on that, and it moved her from 5th place up to 4th place overall. Out of the medals, but saving her best leap till last with 12:57. And just 3 to go now in the triple jump. That's Alison Wilder, needing to go past 13 metres and 3 centimetres. I don't think she's done that. 12:77 her best, and she's now going to be assured of the bronze medal. 12:22, so she takes the bronze. And in the triple jump then, just 2 athletes still to go, and that's Angela Barrett, who's got a best of 13:03, and Sinead Gutsmore, who's leading the way on 13 metres and 29, only just outside her lifetime best. Second men's 200 metres semi-final. On the inside, talented junior Elliot Powell from Leicester, and then the Northern Under-20 champion in lane 3, Andrew Morgan Harrison. Lane 4 from Enfield and Haringey, this is Ben Snaith. Chris Stones in lane 5, and the athlete who we've been so impressed with on the outside, looking to win the indoor championship and looking in terrific shape, Chris Clark. 21.12, the winning time of Toby Harris in the first of these semi-finals. Maybe judging the winner of this second semi-final against that sort of mark. We'll go back to the triple jump, see what's happening there. There's Angie Barrett. I think she will now take her jump. Is there going to be any improvement for her? 13.03 is her best. 13.29 is what she's tilting for if she's going to be the champion. Angela Barrett, the 30-year-old Thames Valley Harrier. It's a good effort, and she's had a good afternoon here. It's not far enough, but she's put a good succession of performances in. Up towards the 13-metre mark again, and just the new champion, Sinead Gutsmore, remaining to go in the women's triple jump. And we turn our attentions back to the second semi-final of the men's 200. Clark on the outside went really easily in his heat, and he's gone away beautifully and smoothly, and the rest having to really grit their teeth and stay with him. Chris Stone inside, just about managing to do so. The rest of them struggling behind that, and Stone's up there and now improving. Here comes Ben Snaith, but on the outside, Chris Clark going really well. Oh, and look at the time, he's broken 21 seconds, 20.96.
He's going to get disqualified.
What happened?
Chris Clark. It's going to be a lane infringement.
Chris Clark's going to get disqualified. Well, let's have a look.
Obviously, it was a fantastic run. He pushed out the blocks hard. He started to make distance on Chris Stone and just inside him. But at this point, Chris Stone was coming back at him slightly. But I think Chris Clark is in control, to be honest. If you look now as he comes around the bend, there he's maybe one step inside, and the way the judges have been. I can't help but think there's going to be a disqualification here, which is a massive shame because 2096 I think was more in the tank as well.
Well, 2096, it's a good spot that, Andy. I must confess I didn't see that one.
I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to have to say that, but
2096 is given as the winning time. Ben Snaith second, 21.28, and Chris Stone third, 21.35. But is Chris Clark going to wind up getting disqualified? Here is where it happens, around this bend. Watch that left foot there.
Yeah. I mean, if Antonio Infantino had been disqualified for his lane infringement, I can't help but think Chris Clark is going to get the same treatment. Unfortunate, but the two fastest guys in the 200 both either have been disqualified or potentially will be disqualified, which is a massive shame for the event.
Bit of news from the women's triple jump. Not sure we're going to be able to bring you the final leap of Sinead Gutsmore, but she left her best till last, and 13 metres and 35. She was already assured of victory, but that was a new lifetime best, and once more the best performance of her day in the final round.
Just like in the men's shot put, the very last jump or the very last throw, to produce your best. I love that. There's no pressure on, you can just go out and enjoy yourself. You know you've got the competition won, and that's exactly what she did, and she produced a lifetime best.
Excellent performance from Gutsmore. Pole vault continuing, and we'll bring you news of that 200 metres, whether or not Chris Clark has been disqualified as soon as we get any sort of result of deliberation of the judges. But it's not looking good for the talented athlete who's come here obviously in great shape, and you'd have wanted to see him in the final. What's that down to? Just an aberration, a lack of concentration?
It's actually quite difficult when you're running at that kind of speed. It is difficult to stay in your lane. These turns are sharp, they're tight. It's no excuse. People do stay in their lanes, but it is easy to stray out marginally, which is what he's done. We see it with Veronica Campbell in the outdoors. She found it difficult to stay in her lane, and that's on a softer turn. So
some tracks I remember as well. There isn't a unanimity in the sharpness of the bend, is there?
No,
Levan, I think, which somebody somewhere will say you've chosen the wrong track, but I think that's where Linford broke the British record back in 1995. That was well known for having wide bends.
Yeah, I mean some tracks are more favourable for the turn than others. I remember the old Glasgow. If you remember the old Glasgow,
Yep.
Kelvin Hall.
Kelvin Hall.
The banks there were so steep that if you sat on it, you'd slide down. Whereas the banks here aren't quite as so.
Well, Cosford used to be like a velodrome.
Yeah, that's it. Every track's different, but it's just one of those things, you know. Everyone else has got to run the same turn, so.
Well, here's one of the local heroes in the pole vault. This is Adam Haig, the 18-year-old from Sheffield, entering the competition with the bar at 5:15. His training partner, Luke Cutts, the national record holder, has yet to join in. Let's see what he can do. Here he goes. And over he goes, and way clear.
I'm just seeing on the board, I didn't see Chris Clark's name on the qualified athlete, so he has been DQ'd. If you just heard it, Chris Clark has been disqualified for the lane infringement, which is a massive shame.
That is such a shame.
The two fastest guys in the 200.
Saw Michael Rimmer in the 800 metres yesterday,
Yeah,
falling foul,
Luke
and
Leonard
now we
Ford,
see arguably the best 200 metre man as well.
absolutely. It's just such a shame. You know, you want to see those guys run, but I suppose, you know, on the flip side, rules are rules.
Yep. The purists who are watching will be saying, well, what's the argument about? You shouldn't be having the discussion. The rules are the rules, and if you don't adhere to them, out you go.
Well,
and I guess the bottom line is that's true, but it's still a shame when you see somebody who's very much a gold medal contender
Without doubt.
being pushed out for a minor infringement.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would have been different if he was in, say, lane 5 and he stepped on the outside lane. Then it would have been different. Maybe, unless he'd kind of got in the way of somebody, he wouldn't be disqualified. But they're saying if you run on the inside, then potentially you've ran marginally less than the 200 metres.
Greg McLean is over in the pole vault at 5:15, entering the competition. First time clearance for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. 4 men over. Leon Benitez, Koppel, Harry Koppel from Wigan, Adam Haig, Greg McLean, and another, what have we got? 3 athletes, Luke Cutts, Andy Sutcliffe, and Max Eves have yet to come in. They'll be coming into the competition when the bar is raced to 5:30.
Didn't even realise Max Eves was competing. He's a Commonwealth medalist as well.
Yep.
So it's a quality final. It's a quality pole vault.
Max Eves was the bronze medalist in 2010, wasn't he?
Yeah, over in Delhi when I won my medal there.
Everybody always talks a bit disparagingly about Delhi. I loved it over
I
there.
loved it too. But once I'm gonna like it.
Well, you would do, yeah.
But the thing is about Delhi, I think it was
It's different.
harsh.
It's
because
different, isn't it?
All it needed was just a lick of paint, a bit of grout in there, and tiles and stuff. But in general, I think they put on a fantastic show.
It's a land of contrasts, and it's something which you either get or you don't. And
Exactly.
personally, I loved it.
Exactly. The food, I know a lot of people did
Well,
get
I love
ill.
that as well.
But to be honest, I just stuck to chips. I know you're not going to get ill eating chips. But a lot of people in the village were getting ill.
Well, curries aren't what do you? You've got to. I'll tell you what, you have got to steer clear of ice cubes and salad.
Is that right?
Well, salad's washed in water, isn't it?
Well, true. I didn't touch any salad while I was out there, so I, like Usain Bolt did in the Olympics, I stuck to what I knew.
60 metres hurdles heat final coming up. These are the heats.
First heat of the women's 60 metre hurdles, Lucy Hatton, definitely the one to watch here. Sub-8 runner, 8:01 this year. Obviously she's a European indoor medalist as well. She's definitely the one to watch.
Just the winner and 4 fastest losers going through from these 2 semi-finals.
And the second semi-final is going to be the tougher one with Tiffany Porter and Sarita Solomon both heading for that second round, that second race.
Yeah, we've gone together.
I can't see Lucy Hatton getting challenged at all in this race.
So watch out for lane 6 with Lucy Hatton, Michaela Brindle, Wigan, Emma and Wofer of Newham Essex Beadles, Suzanne Palmer of Derby, Hope Sarti, then comes Lucy Hatton, and completing the lineup, Heather Payton of Birchfield. Hatton gets out of the blocks well, and hurdling nice and smoothly and going right clear. Good run, very good run. Clock not being given to us, unfortunately, but one would suspect that that is pretty sharp.
8.04 from what I can see. Fantastic run. She put on an exhibition right there. She was leading ahead from probably the second step out of the race. Hurdled cleanly, smoothly. She wasn't challenged at all, so she could just run relaxed. And that's exactly what she did. 8.03 it's been rounded down to, and that's a fantastic time for a heat, really is.
Yeah, that's been confirmed. Automatic qualification, and close to her lifetime best of 7.9. That's only just outside her best of the winter, and clearly you would think with more to come.
Oh,
Watch again, great start, and I don't think she touched the hurdle.
No, she was smooth, she kept it clean. When you're running unchallenged, that's exactly what you can do though. You know, you can either, some people do react really well and just run a better race because they know they can, it's just them against the clock.
Hope Sarti of Guildford and Godalming pushed her closest and took second, but she was way back, nearly half a second back.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's running so smoothly, unchallenged. It's nice and easy for her. She does run hard to the line. The things with Lucy Hatton, she's a competitor. You stick her next to some of the girls who are going to challenge her, she'll raise her game again, and that's what she's done in the past. So to run 8.03 by herself, you just wait to the final. You stick her, next to in between Tiffany Porter and Sarita. There's definitely going to be a sub-8 run there, and possibly even a personal best. Who knows?
Well, Hope Sarti took second in 8.51. That's a time to remember because it's only fastest losers behind the one who goes across first. And Heather Payton in third, personal best of 8.58, and the rest ranged back behind that. So Hope Sarti and Heather Payton have to wait and see.
Hope Sarti's got more in the tank as well. If you look at her reaction time, 0.230, you can take a tenth off that just from a better reaction. So definitely more to come there as well.
Tiffany Porter running in this second heat. The holder of the national record at 7.8, which she set back in 2011. And she's gone close to that this season, 7.94. She's clearly getting herself into good shape.
Absolutely. You look at how Tiff has just come on over the last couple of years. She's just gone from being, world class to absolute medal possibility in every championship she's going to. She's fantastic. She's running great already this year. Sub-8 on a few occasions, but this will just be she'll be just trying to get an easy qualification for the final, and then hopefully she'll put something down pretty substantial in the final. Closest person on times to Tiff in this race is Carla Drew, 8.55, season's best, personal best 8.33. I think Tiff is going to use this as just a chance to just basically just unleash, just have a nice easy run. I imagine she's going to run pretty close to 8 seconds or just under. I think it's going to be another exhibition just like Lucy Hatton did in the first heat.
European champion last year and the world indoor silver medalist in 2012. Silver medalist of the Commonwealth Games as well back in 2014. Only reached the semi-finals of the Olympics in 2012. She'll be wanting to put that right this time around.
Absolutely, and she's got the potential to win a medal this time as well. She's in that kind of form. I'm really hoping lane 6, Holly Williamson, I'm really hoping she does well. I know Holly quite well. This is her first ever championship, so I know how nervous she is, but good luck to her.
There's Kutz in the pole vault, the national record holder, way clear at 5.30. His first vault of the afternoon. Back on the track then, and this is the second of the 60 metres hurdles heats. Tiff Porter starting in lane 5. I'll give you the full lineup. A 17-year-old in lane 2 from Cheltenham and County. That's Sophie York. And alongside her, a Heptathlon international, 8.6 her best time. Thames Valley Harrier Jessica Tappin. Carla Drew from Sheffield. She 8.33 her best. And then the big gun here, that's Tiffany Porter, now 28 years old. How fast can she go here this afternoon? Holds the national record. UK national since 2010, Tiffany. Holly Williamson, 17 years old. Her first big competition in lane 6 for the Shrewsbury Harrier, and completing the lineup from the Notts Club, Notts Athletics Club. That's Zoe Lucas, also a youngster, just 19 years old. So, with all due respect to the rest, I guess for many of the crowd and for many of you viewers, eyes on lane 5. And we look to see how fast Tiffany Porter can go at this stage of the competition. She's got a 2016 best time of 7.94 seconds. She could well dip underneath 8 seconds again here. Stadium record stands at 7.95 to Jess Ennis-Hill. Nice clean start. And Porter didn't clear the first hurdle particularly cleanly, but now up to the line and she wins in 8.02.
Yeah.
Like it.
I mean, she didn't get the best start. I think she could have improved her run to the first hurdle. But, you know, she did what she had to do. She qualified, she kept it sweet. She did run pretty hard. But, again, she's a competitor. You put her next to everybody else, she will produce her best race when it matters.
Now, did she wrap this first hurdle? Let's look. No, she didn't. It was next to her, wasn't it? Wasn't a great start, though.
No, it wasn't the best start at all. She's definitely started better in the past. But again, Tiff's a competitor. That's what she needs to be stimulated with, you know, quality athletes next to her. And that was her against the clock.
She got a decent reaction time, to be fair, 0.148.
Yep.
So
But what you do with it after that.
she'll say that's okay.
Yeah.
And maybe more to come. I think that stadium record certainly is going to be under threat this afternoon.
I think you're right. I think it's going to take a low 7.9 to win the final later on today. But who's it going to be? Is it going to be Lucy Hatton? Is it going to be her? Or is it going to be Sarita? Who knows? Maybe somebody else.
Back to the pole vault. Luke Cutts and Andy Sutcliffe have both gone clear. Sheffield and Manchester rivals. Only a little matter of a few mountains between them, but trust me, the rivalry is certainly there.
Yeah,
As a Sheffield boy, I can tell you that.
Yeah. I was at Manchester. I just went for Sarah Harriers, so I know that rivalry between Sheffield.
And this is Harry Koppel.
After this vault, we can show Gutmore's winning jump.
Oh, right, okay. He went clear at the first time of asking at 5.15, now at 5.30. And Koppel, well, he was near, but brings the bar down. He'll have 2 more attempts. Only 19, Harry Koppel. And that'd be a personal best if he goes clear there, and he wasn't a million miles away.
Not at all. No, it's definitely there, isn't it?
Here's our winner of the triple jump, and that was her best. A lifetime best to take the gold medal for Sinead Gutsmore. Third heat coming up. Only 2 men clear at 5.30 in the pole vault so far, Cutts and Sutcliffe. Adam Haig will be next to go. He's still 18, Adam. The European record for indoor pole vault stands at 5.60. He's done 5.55. He might be getting up there this afternoon, you never know.
There's not going to be a better competition for him to do it with the likes of Max Eves and Luke Cutts in the mix. It could be today.
It's not the worst training partner to have, is it? Luke Cutts, who's 10 years his senior and somebody he very much looks up to, and it's great for the young lad to be training alongside somebody like that.
Absolutely, you know, you've got to train with the best to try and beat the best. And although we look up to him, but in the back of his mind he'll be thinking, I want to beat you every competition.
Well, only 18, and you only need to look at him to realise that the lad has still got some growing to do, and he will.
He's not the biggest kind of guy compared to some of the pole vaulters, but obviously what he's doing is doing it right. So, well, apart from that,
Yeah, but he caught that
Yeah.
on, he caught that on the way up, didn't
Yeah.
he? He just got it. It was just the technique that let him down there. The
That's
actual
it.
height, he was way clear.
absolutely, he's definitely got it. But yeah, like I say, he doesn't look like your average pole vaulter. He you know, the other guys are quite
He doesn't look
more
like he's
muscular.
bench pressing 400 pounds, does he?
He doesn't, but I'm not sure who can. Who can bench press 400 pounds? That's a lot, isn't it? In these American
Daly
terms.
used to do something ridiculous up in, well,
Did he?
maybe not quite that much, but it was a heck of a lot. I know.
400 pounds is like 200 kilos or something.
It was something ludicrous. I know he had some ridiculous bet once upon a time with an Aussie rugby league player who was giving it the big one about what he could do, and Daly just sort of said, and bear in mind Daly was 40 odd at this time, he just sort of said, oh yeah, can you? And he went out there and trashed him.
Of course, the things with Daly, you just give him any kind of challenge and he's going to not only take you up on it, but he will definitely try and outdo everybody else.
Daley Thompson, for the uninitiated, I'm rambling on about.
Competitor.
What a great athlete he was. We talked a bit about Ashton Eaton yesterday and about what a fantastic athlete he was. You'd love to sort of be a time challenger, a
Yeah.
time traveller, and put those two
Absolutely.
against each other. That would have
Absolutely.
been something.
I used to hate racing Ashton Eaton. Because he's a decathlete, you don't want to get beaten by a decathlete, but you know you have to run your best race because he's the 13.3 winner.
Pole vault, McLean, Greg McLean failing, first attempt at 5:30.
Okay, back to the track.
So in the track now. Our third heats, we've seen a really sharp piece of running from Tiffany Porter. How are the rest going to respond to that? First of all, the England under-20 champion this winter in lane 2, Molly Courtney from Cheltenham and County, alongside Sarita Solomon, European indoor. She was third last year and the reigning champion here. She starts in lane 3 alongside her Stephanie Clitheroe. Stephanie Clitheroe from Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow, ran in the 60 flat as well. Lucy Turner of Gateshead, just 19 years old, in lane 5. Lane 6, a Sheffield favourite. This is Amy Hodgson. And completing the lineup in lane 7 from the Reading Athletics Club, just 17 years old, that's Amber Lee Hall. Well, the favourites here, Andy, you'd have to say Sarita Solomon. She's another sub-8 second runner.
Absolutely, and she's in great form as well, so she's definitely going to be in the mix come the final. Obviously, you've got to negotiate these 5 hurdles to get into the final, so let's hope she does that.
Tiff Porter looked really good and came close to that 8-second mark in the heat earlier. Now, how does Sarita Solomon respond? And can young Molly Courtney, the 18-year-old, the under-20 champion in lane 1, starting in lane 2, I beg your pardon, will she be dragged to a really fast time? Can she really get them? Maybe challenge Solomon. Who gets the best start? And Solomon heads them at this stage. Good hurdling from the favourite. Molly Courtney trying to stay with her, but Solomon crosses the line. Oh, look at a good time as well. Only just outside her season's best. 8.06, and another lovely smooth display of hurdling, and Molly Courtney having to settle for second place, probably around about her personal best mark as well.
Absolutely. I tell you what, John, this is going to make for some final. You've got 3 girls all running, you know, within a few hundredths of each other. They're so evenly matched. Tiff she has run faster in the past. But, you know, stick those 3 in a final, it's who's going to nail it. Sarita got out of the blocks absolutely fantastically. You know, she's running clean, she's running smooth. Again, she's unchallenged. She knows she's going to take the victory. She ran a fantastic race then, so the final is going to be very exciting.
Well, defending champion, showing that she's not going to give up her title without some fight.
Absolutely, and the thing is, you've got 3 girls pushing for 2 spots. It's a big final. There's a lot riding on this final.
Molly Courtney second in 8.37, just 300ths of a second outside her lifetime best. Stephanie Clitheroe taking third, and PBs as well for Amber Lee Hall and Lucy Turner taking 4th and 5th.
What I'm like as well, John, is the fact that women's hurdles in the past, you know, there's normally only been 2 heats, maybe 3 heats at max, and there seems to be a resurgence in just women's hurdles in general. There's 4 heats. I haven't seen 4 heats in women's hurdles in the trials for a long, long time. It's nice to see.
goes in phases, doesn't it? And sometimes when you get somebody who's performing impressively at the absolute elite level, as Tiff Porter does, encourages others to come through.
Yeah,
They see them and they see Jessica Ennis and the rest performing brilliantly.
Exactly.
And they think, yeah, well, I'll have a bit of that.
Exactly. That's what we need to do. You know, we need to get our top stars doing as many kind of homegrown competitions as possible. Because, like you say, it just takes that one race or just watching that one time to think, oh, I want to do that. I want to race them. I want to do what they're doing.
Pole vault at 5:30. I think that, although we've got a computer breakdown, I think that is Koppel who's gone clear at 5:30. Already we'd had Cutts and Sutcliffe also clear at that mark. And now it's Adam Haig who's had a failure at this height. 3 men now clear here. Can young Adam, the 18-year-old South Yorkshire lad, can he become the 4th? Well, down it comes again. He's putting himself under pressure. Gave him the big build-up, and he's got 1 attempt remaining to stay in the competition at 5:30, which he'd be very disappointed with if he bowed out at that level.
He actually looks surprised as well that he knocked it off. He looked like he wasn't sure what the problem was.
Computer's gone altogether.
Send someone down to go away.
In lane number 2, the Corby AC, fifth at the Bucks last year, due to do the long jump shortly, we welcome Neve Bailey.
Neve Bailey starting in lane 2. Also a talented long jumper. Catherine Morris, the Welsh indoor champion, goes in lane 3. Both of those in lane 2 and 3, just 20 years old. Elise Lovell from the Hastings Club, who's run 8:71, a personal best this year, starts in 4. Laura Hannigan of Sheffield, 21-year-old, she's in 5. And then Marilyn Umwawula of the Harrow Club in lane 6. And the favourite Yasmin Miller from Derby, just 20 years old, and she's set a lifetime best 8.16 this winter. Already we've seen impressive runs from Lucy Hatton, from Tiff Porter, from Sarita Solomon as heat winners. Yasmin Miller will be very aware of that. Can she now post something to suggest that she will be able to get into medal contention? Good start from Miller on this near side, and she's heading the field, trying to stay with her is Umwawula. It's between those two. Miller wins it, Umwawula second, and not a lot between them. Unofficially the time given at 8.24 seconds.
Yep, another good race. Yasmin Miller, she's actually, and Marilyn, they're 2 of my old training partners. So I was expecting big things from Yasmin. Yasmin's a really talented athlete. I think she's just taking a bit of time to develop, but sooner or later she's going to have a breakthrough and she's going to surprise a few people. But Marilyn ran a fantastic race there. She's not going to be a million miles off her season's best and her personal best. But Yasmin took the qualification. Yep, Marilyn, personal best, 8:29.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's personal best. And she's that's a really good qualification. Not qualification, she hasn't qualified. Really good race.
Max Eves now. Former Commonwealth bronze medalist in 2010. Here looking for the indoor title at 5:30, second attempt. No. Well, only 3 have gone clear so far. Luke Cutt, Sandy Sutcliffe and Harry Koppel. Medals between them at the minute.
Absolutely.
Then the pressure is on the rest. Max Eves was the UK indoor champion back in 2011. Now 27 years old.
It's just a stellar lineup. If you look, you know, your European Junior finalists, you've got World Junior medalists, Youth Junior internationals. Quality lineup. It's a really good final.
Talented lineup. But Adam Haig, Max Eves, both potential medalists here. They're under pressure to stay in. Similarly, Greg McLean and Leon Benitez. Joel Leon Benitez, a youth and junior international, just 17 years old. He's over at 5:15, and here he is now with his final attempt at 5 meters 30. The 17-year-old from the Notts Club. Last chance, he's got to clear. Down comes the bar. Only 17 years old though, and you suspect he's taken a bit of a knock there as he landed on the bar. But you suspect that he's a name that we'll hear a great deal more of as his career unfolds. He's got a lot of potential.
Absolutely, young guy, he's got loads of time. That actually looked really painful as well, landing on that bar like that. Just seems to be in a bit of discomfort. You can see the finalists up there for the women's 60-metre hurdles. Tiffany Potter, 8:02. Oh, it's gone again. 8:51 seem to be the two fastest qualifiers for that women's 60-metre hurdles final later on today. Does make for a great final. Like I said, you've got 3 main medal contenders pushing for 2 spots. So it's going to be a case of who makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, and that final, for people who are wanting to make sure they don't miss it, just looking to see, that is due at 4:15, the women's 60 metres hurdles final.
It's going to be some race.
Well, this is a last chance saloon time for Adam Haig, European junior champion and the UK junior record holder. He's managed 5:60 outdoors, and here he is at 5:30. The European indoor record is 5:60. What can he do now? Got to go clear to stay in the competition.
Not happy with something.
Well, I've certainly been very impressed with what I've seen of this lad so far, and he's a good competitor.
Yeah.
And maybe he can show it now. He's going to have to.
He's going to have to. You know, you got two failures. You've got to clear it if you want to stay in the competition and even challenge for a medal.
Joint second last year in the UK Indoor Championships. Champion last year was his training partner Luke Cutts, who's already clear at 5:30. Absolute sellout here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. And if you're watching with us online on YouTube, I hope you're enjoying the entertainment that we're able to bring for you on British Athletics TV. Adam Haig, the 18-year-old, taking his time getting ready for this make or break vault at 5:30. World Championship qualifying standard, 5 meters 77. No British athletes, I think I'm right in saying, no British athletes has actually got that standard yet this winter. on the indoor circuit, I don't think.
Has Lucas not got it yet? I thought he had it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yes!
Oh, brilliant.
No, you talk about competitive nerve, and he showed a bit there, the
Absolutely.
young lad.
Love that, love it. Keeps him in the competition.
That's what you want to see, Andy.
It is 2 failures and then a 3rd attempt, smashing it. 5 meters 30, on to the next height. 5:45 he's got to clear next. Get some advice there from his training partner, Luke Cutts.
Look at the release of tension as well in the young lad. Oh, blows his cheeks
Absolutely.
out. He was under pressure there,
Yeah.
he was feeling it.
Absolutely, I love that. I love it.
Whatever your sports, you know the pressure moments, and
That's
that
it.
was a pressure moment, believe me.
There's so many athletes, you know, they buckle under the pressure. You put them in a final or you know, a 3rd attempt and they make a mess of it. But I love it. I love when you cut to the final, the last gasp, and you nail it. Fair play to the boy.
Good to see, and good to see the camaraderie between he and Luke Cutts as well. Third attempt for McLean at 5:30. He's got to go clear. Oh, unlucky. He was so close. So close. An agonising look upwards. He knew that he'd brushed it, but finally it comes down. And on this occasion, he has to settle for 5th place. Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier sharing 5th with Joel Leon Benitez. So 4 men now clear at 5:30, and we've got a final attempt for the former champion, the old 2011 champion, Max Eves, Newham Essex Beadle. He's had 2 failures at 5:30, and there he is, bearded figure in the black vest. He's got to go over this height now, or he will go out. Exciting pole vault competition shaping up here this afternoon. And looking to become the 5th man to go clear, to join Luke Cutts, Andy Sutcliffe, Harry Koppel and Adam Haig. It's make or break time again. Andy Turner's made his way out.
We'll go to the 800 after the vault.
800 metres coming up. He's got to go clear.
Great job.
Oh, and he does. He was way over.
Fantastic jump there from Max Eves. It's
Well,
a height
that's one
well
from the past. And Max Eves, best this season of 5:57, and he has reserved something special there.
Yeah, it's great to see Max Eves jumping so well. He's
Martin Rooney joining me in the commentary box.
Hi again.
Afternoon, hi.
Yeah, it's great to see him jumping so well. He's back up at home in Blackpool and self-coached. He's doing very well.
On the track, we come to the men's.
So we come to the men's 800 metres final now. In lane 1 from Basingstoke, this is David Ragan. He was a heat winner here, and in lane 2, second in the British Universities last week. There's Notts Athletics Club Robert Needham. In lane 3, he was second in the English under-20s indoors this year. Brighton Phoenix's Spencer Thomas. Just 18 years old, Spencer. Now this fellow will take a bit of beating. Mukhtar Mohammed, champion in 2014. Real gutsy performance, Mukhtar. Sheffield man, so the big cheer from the crowd. Jamie Webb, University champion last summer, Liverpool Harrier. And completing the lineup on the outside, the reigning champion, the Scottish and UK international Guy Learmonth from the Lasswade Club. Could be a tight one here. Who's your money on, Martin?
I'm going for Guy. I think he's shown some great pedigree this season, and he's up for it.
Learmonth won it last year. Let's see if he can do it again. Michael Rimmer would have been up there in medal contention, but disqualified yesterday in running in the heats. And on the inside, coming through, it's Ragan, who's going to be the early pacemaker. Learmonth is up there in contention, and you see in the best of Sheffield in second place now, Mukhtar Mohammed. It's Ragan from Mohammed, and then comes Jamie Webb, the Liverpool Harrier. On the outside there, the slightly burlier figure of Guy Learmonth, the reigning champion, 23-year-old Scotsman. What sort of time are they going to be? But times are fairly irrelevant here. It's going to be about more than that. The European Championship qualifying standard 146.5, but I don't think that's going to be under threat. This is going to be about tactics, and still it's Ragan who leads. Mohammed is right where he wants to be, on the shoulder of the leader, and Learmonth is coming up behind them, and now Mohammed takes it on, and Learmonth goes with him.
It's first time I've seen Learmonth sit at the back this year. Every race he's been going for it, so it's maybe he's thinking about the win rather than the time today.
Down the back straight, Mohammed has it from Learmonth. 100 metres, and coming around on the wide outside, it's Learmonth who's making his challenge to Mohammed, who's gutsy as ever, sprinting up towards the bell, and they go through now. Can Mohammed hold him? And he can't, and he's chopped badly by Learmonth and loses a lot of momentum. Learmonth is away. Mohammed won't like that. Jamie Webb is trying to stay in contention and still looks as though he's got some running in him, and he's coming up onto the shoulder now of Learmonth. The race is still on, and it's Jamie Webb coming on the outside, and Webb's going to win it. Webb takes it. He wins the gold medal in 1:55.26. Learmonth weakening and tying up over the last 100 metres, and it was Jamie Webb, the 21-year-old former universities champion, who timed it absolutely right, came wide on the outside, and he takes the gold medal. Guy Learmonth spectacularly tying up. And was that Spencer Thomas who finished fast to take it the second place?
Yeah, Jamie Webb and Spencer Thomas, they kept themselves out of any trouble, and they both came through strongly. I think Guy put himself in a position where he wanted to get to the last 200 to go in the lead, but it cost him so much energy getting in that position. Look how much he's had to fight Mookie here, and yeah, a bit more patience and he'd have probably paid off.
Now, what did you make of this, where he cuts inside Mohammed? At that point, Mukhtar Mohammed loses the race.
Yeah, pretty much. Once 600 metres, you've already run 600 metres, your legs are already tired, someone cuts you up, it's going to be very tough. I don't know how much, he didn't look like he went to the inside of the lane, it looks like he stayed on the outside of lane 1. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, I think it cost him so much energy, and yeah, I know he'll be kicking himself now.
Well, Mukhtar stopped and dropped out, but it's, to an extent, that's about what 800-metre running is about, isn't it? You have to stay out of trouble, and sometimes it can be a really physical event, and you have to avoid somehow that sort of situation.
Yeah, 800 metres is it's a stop-start kind of run, unless you go out and run it like Rudisha and you take it on and you're on your own. It's a clear sprint, but when you're in a race, especially indoors, which is so congested, when you're coming into the bell, and those things happen all the time. You see it all the time on the circuit, and it's a shame that it's happened here today.
Jamie Webb taking the gold medal in 1:51.25. It was never going to be a fast time. It was a tactical sort of race. Spencer Thomas coming through on the inside, the Brighton man, another youngster taking silver, and last year's champion Guy Learmonth run out of it in the closing strides, and he has to settle for the bronze medal. Back in the pole vault now. We've gone up to 5 metres and 45. There's one man clear there, who is Andy Sutcliffe. Failure from Luke Cutts and from Harry Koppel and from Adam Haig. And here now Max Eves. Ooh. Not this time.
It wasn't a bad attempt. It looked like he has that in him. 5:45. I think not too far off.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Say again.
Saying he looked like he was quite close to it. It's a shame he looks like he's got 5:45 in his body today. So it'd be nice for him to get a season's best.
Certainly would. The leader, Sutcliffe,
And just on the home straight, coming
5:45
with the new indoor British champion,
is impressive.
Jack Webb. And Jack, this is your first UK title.
Next to go, it's going to be the UK record holder, Luke Cutts. Andy Sutcliffe was the champion back in 2012 and a World Junior medalist 3 years before that. 5:36 had been his best of the season. 5:45 is getting up towards personal best territory. 5:55 his all-time best. And here goes Cutts, UK record holder.
Oh, lovely.
Safely over. 5:45 in the bag.
He looked very comfortable there. I think it was something well within him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your UK champion. Ladies and gentlemen, UK champion Jamie Webb.
A word with his coach. It's all going well so far. He goes clear at second attempt, and now I'm sure he'd like to see his training partner Adam Haig go clear as well. But before that, here's Harry Coppell with his second attempt at 5:45. Harry Coppell, former World Youth Champion in 2013, and won the British Universities title last weekend. Only 19 years old. A lot of young talent coming through in the pole vault.
Still a very young talent, yeah. And the first one I've seen out there, baggy shorts. But no, it's great to see young athletes coming through. Like the likes of Steve Lewis have led the way, and Luke Cutts is jumped phenomenally well. So it's great to see young guys coming into the sport.
Well, he didn't get it right for the second time. He's got one more attempt remaining. And now Luke Cutts, I'm sure, will have stepped away and had a word in the ear of young Adam Haig, who's going to be the next to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 800 metres. And presentation, something that we acknowledge for long service in the sport.
Long jump is underway.
Member of UK Members Council to UK Athletics, Roger Simons. Bronze medalist in the time of 1:45.
Quite a small field today in the women's long jump, unfortunately. Only 4 competitors. But Lorraine obviously jumped very well. She won the IAAF Indoor Series, so she has a bye to the World Champs already.
Lorraine Eugen, 6:15, the early leader, and now Adam Haig in the pole vault. Neve Bailey getting it all wrong with her first attempt, 4:38. Jasmine Sawyers and Sarah Warnock completing the lineup.
Okay, after Haig, we'll go back to 1500 metres.
So here goes Haig at 5:45. This is his second attempt. Not this time.
Women's 1500 final.
One chance remaining. And the women's 1500 final now.
So 6 metres and 15.
9 athletes in contention here. Alison Leonard running on from the inside lane. Alison, who set an indoor personal best this winter at 4 minutes 10.77. And if somebody's going to upset Hannah England, maybe it's going to be her. Hannah England, good to see her back after a couple of indifferent years, running like something more like the form that we know she is capable of producing. Second in the World Championships, remember, in debut in 2011. So Alison Leonard will be starting from the inside. She was second here last year. Alongside her, the Scottish indoor champion this year from Lothian, Sarah Inglis. Madeline Murray of the Edinburgh Club, Scottish outdoor champion. She'll be alongside her. And in the red vest, starting in lane 4, Shaftesbury Bonnet Harrier, Melissa Courtney, England under-23 champion and second in the universities this year. Rachel McClay of Bracknell, who set a personal best in her heat. and then the familiar figure of Hannah England from the Oxford City Club, a multiple UK champion. Katie Snowden, lane 5, Herne Hill Harrier, personal best this winter, and she's a sub 2 minute 2 second 800 metre runner, so she's got some pace. Sarah McDonald, who won the British Universities last week, she'll start out in lane 8 in the black vest, and right on the outside, Reeve Walcott Nolan of Luton, the Southern Indoor 800 metres champion. So here we go with the women's 1500 final.
I think it's great to see Hannah England out there. She took a brave decision, took some time out last year, and I think obviously it's paying off with 4:09 already this season. Or 4:07, sorry.
Well, the way she ran in the semi-final, it looks as though she's going to be the one to beat here. Distinctive blonde-haired figure, right on the outside, just running off the early pace here, being set by Madeline Murray. Madeline Murray, 22 years old, experienced athlete, Scottish champion outdoors, being tracked by Alison Leonard, who suspect is going to be up there in medal contention herself, and Hannah England at this stage back in about 6th place, staying out of any sort of trouble and just running well within herself. Ingles outside her, Sarah Ingles, another Scottish athlete. Less than 6 laps to go now. Early leader in the long jump, Ugan with 6:15. She's been in good form this winter.
Yeah, she's had a fantastic winter. Like I said, she won the World Series this year, so she has a bye already to the World Champs. Between her and Shara Proctor, we have 2 fantastic long jumpers.
But the early leader in that long jump competition, Jasmine Sawyers from City of Stoke, her first round 6:46. Ugan responding with a second round 6:42, but Sawyers leading the way at the moment. A way to go though in that long jump competition. Still it's Murray who leads them round in the 1500 metres. Behind her comes Alison Leonard, and then taking a little bit closer order now, the taller figure with her hair bobbed on top, Rachel McClay. Hannah England back in 5th place, just a bit boxed in. She's got Sarah Inglis right alongside her. Tactical sort of race. National record 4:02.66 from Kelly Holmes back in 2003. It's going to be nothing like that sort of time, but the stadium record of Joe Mirsch set back in 2004 of 4 minutes 12, well, that could well go.
Possibly. I think they might have to pick it up a little bit, but they seem to be going at a solid old pace. It'd be very interesting to see how Hannah, like, she's obviously tight on the track, she's running the shortest distance possible, but it'd be interesting to see how she gets out of that box. But she's a very experienced runner, she knows her way around.
Murray, Leonard, McClay, Sarah McDonald, who's an athlete in form, won the universities. She's in the black vest of Jarrow and Hebburn in 4th place, and behind her comes Hannah England, who's moving up on the inside. A little opening opens up for Hannah, who moves up into 3rd place. Running very economically so far, content to run off the pace of others.
Yeah, she looks very comfortable there. Like I said, she's going the shortest route possible. She's letting the other girls do all the work for her, and yeah, she looks very comfortable. 400 metres to go, you'd back her with her sprint finish.
We will see. Pouring it on in front, leading as she has done from the outset, is Scotland's Madeline Murray from Edinburgh. Here comes Hannah England moving on the inside, right alongside Alison Leonard. Still, she's made no decisive move. They'll come up and take the bell this time. Hannah England moving through and hits the front at the bell. Alongside her, Alison Leonard. And Murray now has to try and grit her teeth and hang on, having cut out so much of the pace. And Hannah England has gone for home now, and there's little more than 100 metres left, but Alison Leonard is not beaten yet. But Hannah England, perhaps crucially, has the inside line, and Alison Leonard is going to have to hang on and try and come late, but it looks as though Hannah England is going to win this one, and she's coming away now. Hannah England is going to take the title. Hannah England by 3 metres, 2nd place Alison Leonard, 3rd place long-time leader Madeline Murray, In fourth place was Sarah McDonald, and the rest ranged out behind that. The stadium record didn't go in the end, but it was a perfectly timed run and a great confidence booster, I would suggest, for Hannah England. She takes the title and looked pretty good in doing it. She's been a multiple UK champion, a lot of success over the years, and she gets it right again, Martin.
Yeah, the economy of the run was brilliant. Like, even when she overtook, I don't think she left lane one. She's an experienced runner. She didn't need to be sitting on the outside of anybody, and yeah, she was a comfortable winner today.
Very impressive, wasn't it? She never looked in any... She was always in absolute control of her tactics.
It almost looked like a training run for her. It looked like she was doing some reps in a session. She looked very comfortable. I think Alison Leonard ran a fantastic race, but she obviously ran... Look, she spent most of her race out in the outside lane 1 or in lane 2, so she's run further, and when it came into the final lap, Hannah was never going to give her the inside line, and that was the race over for her.
Let's hope she's running herself into some true form with the big targets ahead this summer. It'd be lovely to see her back at the sort of elite level that she was at 4 or 5 years ago.
Definitely, like Hannah as a world medalist, we don't have many of them, but we have a great tradition in women's 1500 metres, and she's one of, like, Lisa Zabriskie we had in the past, and Kelly Holmes. She's one of those girls who's really been successful for us, so it'd be great to have her back winning medals at a world level.
Well, congratulations to Hannah England. And now we go to the pole vault. Andy Sutcliffe already leading this competition. The bar's gone up to 560. Cutts has gone clear as well. Eves is still in this, but now Andy Sutcliffe at 560. Can he go clear? No. We'll have 2 more attempts there. That'll be a personal best for Andy. It would indeed. 24-year-old Manchester man. Meanwhile, in the long jump, Sarah Warnock in 3rd place with a best of 5.73. Jasmine Sawyers adding her opening leap of 6.46 with 6.43. So Jasmine starting well and is the early leader in the long jump, ahead of the favourite Lorraine Eugen. The men's 400 final. Nigel Levine, the favourite here. The man to beat, isn't he?
He definitely is, yeah. I had a quick chat with Nigel earlier. He's finding it difficult. He's working 50 hours a week as a waiter, and he's in a different world at the moment. And for him to come out here, it's important for him to run well. And hopefully, if he runs fast enough, give himself the opportunity to go to the World Indoors.
Well, the standard he's looking for is 46.5, and he's not done it yet. So he's not only got to win, he's got to win fast.
Yeah, I reckon he'll go through in 21.5, and he'll push through to 300 and see what he's got left. I think the race isn't going to be about him winning, it's about how fast he runs. And like I said, like he's a Bedford athlete who's looking for some support and looking for the opportunity to go to championships and represent his country. So I'm sure he'll give it everything today.
Well, somebody somewhere will be watching and hearing that, no doubt. And if he goes flying through as he tries to achieve, is it his 6th UK indoor title here?
Yeah, he's got.
I mean, if he does that, then there are sponsors out there potentially. Yeah, this guy needs a bit of help.
He does, and he's someone who is, for me, he's always been a fantastic athlete to race against, a very tough athlete to beat. But he's a massive asset for us in the relay. He always gives it 100%, and he's someone that we need in the squad. So I'd hate to lose him because he couldn't afford to go on a warm weather champ, or he couldn't afford to go and compete.
He was an Olympic semi-finalist 2012, European indoor silver medalist in 2013. Still only 26 years old. You kind of think of him as a veteran, don't you? Because he's been at the top since he was a lad. He's been around a long time, but he's only 26.
Yeah, he's dominated the indoor scene for so long now, and obviously he's been an outdoor medalist as well and represented the GB for so long now. People seem to forget about him, but he's still only 26 years old and he's got a lot left to give. He's a very talented athlete and someone, like I said, I'm proud to have him on my team.
Well, I wonder if the crowd are aware of the full implications of what he's got to do here. He's got to get this qualifying standard, or the fact of the matter is he's not going to get on that plane to Oregon.
Definitely.
He might win here, but he's not only got to win, he's got to win and go fast. And there in the pole vault, excellent clearance at 5 metres and 60 for Cutts. Luke Cutts UK indoor record holder at 5.83. He's had 5.70 this season and he's gone 5.60 now, and that's good enough. He's still got 2 men against him in Andy Sutcliffe and Max Eves. They've got 2 attempts remaining at that height, but 5.60 is going to take some bettering.
That's a great height indoors. It's a British record today. Like, he's up and when to come into the competition planning for the bigger heights, so we'll see how far he goes today.
We will see. That national record stands at 5.83. He holds it. The stadium record is 5.65. Anyway, that's still to come. Here's the men's 400 metres. In lane 1. Is Mark Williams. We were looking there at Owen Richardson, but Mark Williams is on the inside. And there is Owen Richardson, starting in lane 2, only 17 years old. England under 17 champion, another talented youngster, 18-year-old Cameron Chalmers from Guernsey, British University's indoor champion this winter. Michael Warner, a former university champion, he starts in 4. Here's the hot favourite, Nigel Levine, an Olympian in 2012. He'll be hoping that he's going to be there again this year and hoping that he's going to be at those World Indoor Championships in Oregon, and completing the lineup from Liverpool Harrier, Alex Boyce. So, Levine's tactics, he's going to blast it, isn't he, right from the gun.
21.5 and then push around into the next bend and we'll see what happens.
That's the thoughts of Martin Rooney, who knows this fella probably as a runner, as a competitor, as a teammate, as well as anybody. Can Nigel Levine now produce the 46.5 second time that he needs to potentially book a place on that plane to Oregon and the World Indoor Championships, looking for his 6th indoor title. Away they go. Boyce goes out quickly on the outside, but Levine running off that, and he is the early leader. Michael Warner is trying to go with him, and also Cameron Chalmers, the youngster. We look to see what the time is as he comes around towards the straight. Looking just a little bit tight, maybe just a bit of tension as they come up towards the line, and Boyce is still in contention. He's fast though, 20.28. He can do it here if he can hold on, and down the back straight he goes. Nigel Levine from Alex Boyce. Then comes Cameron Chalmers in 4th place behind Michael Warner. But it's now Levine against the clock. Can he do it? He's coming around towards the straight. He looks anxiously. 46.5 is what he wants, and he's going to be agonizingly outside. He wins it just, but 48.01. And maybe the pressure, maybe the tension, and he didn't run as well as he did in the semi-finals. And Nigel Levine could not produce the performance that he wanted. He's got the victory, but he was tying up, the lactic acid taking its toll in the closing stages, and the clock ticking agonisingly away, and it just wasn't to be.
No, definitely not today. 48 flat, I know he'll be disappointed. I think it's just one of those things, like he's in a different world now. And at a time when he was training full time, that would have been a walk for him, but you know, when you're standing up and working as a waiter for 50 hours a week, it's going to take out your body. Congratulations to Chalmers and Boyce, both young kids who've both done really well. Michael Warner, season's best. You know, it was still a very good race.
And as you watch down the back straight, there's still a possibility here, but he's starting to struggle here, starting to rock and roll a bit as he goes around that top bend for the second time, and the rest of the field is starting to close in, and it's no longer a question of how fast he's going to go, it's whether or not he's going to win it here. There's some very anxious looks over his shoulder. Look at him tying up and finishing fast on the outside. Cameron Chalmers taking 2nd place, and a season's best for Alex Boyce taking 3rd. Well, he can smile now. I suppose the bottom line is that once again he's the champion, and he rules the roost domestically at 400 metres.
Definitely domestically indoors. He's thrown a couple of dabs in there, the American fad of celebrating or whatever, but he's done really well today. I think running 3 races, first 3 races of the year, he won all 3 of them. I think he knows he can run a lot faster than that. A bit more training, a bit more recovery, he'll be all right.
But he won't be going to the World Indoors, and he's going to be a bit disappointed by that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if they take a relay now. 48 flat across the board isn't really going to compete for a medal, so it's up to British Athletics. Personally, I'd still send the team out because we've been invited to, and it's a good opportunity to run someone like, you can take out Owen Richardson, you can take out the young guys and give them an opportunity to see what it's like to race and be around world-class athletes. So those opportunities are there, we should use them. The 4x4 is a great opportunity to blood some new guys in.
Pole vault unfolding, and Andy Sutcliffe goes out. He needed a lifetime best for 5:60 to stay in the competition. 5:45 is best this afternoon. And now can Max Eves. He's got one chance remaining. Max Eves also, well, he'd be looking for his best indoor mark this season. He's got a PB of 5:62, former champion, and just one chance remaining at 5:60 here. Luke Cutts is over and safe, and he's the leader. Meanwhile, the long jump continuing. Niamh Bailey, third round stage. Lorraine Hugen managing to take second place with 6 meters 60, leading from Jasmine Sawyers, but only just, because Jasmine had 6:59, which is getting very close to her PB, 6:62.
Yeah, she's obviously in consistent jumps today. She's in good shape. It'd be nice to see her we have the opportunity to send 3 athletes to the world indoors. It'd be great to see her get the standard today.
That would be excellent news. World Championship qualifying standard is 6 meters and 75. Proctor and Hugen have already made it. So now Max Eves steadying himself, readying himself. Third and final attempt at this height, 5 meters 60. If he can't do this, then Luke Cutts is the champion, and will then, having secured that, will then be thinking about that British record height, the national record which he holds.
I think Luke Cutts would love to have
5 meters 83.
Do you not think it would be good if Luke's getting everyone, the crowd clapping? He wants some competition going into the next height, so it'd be great. Max is a very popular man within the pole vault community, so it'd be great to see him get over 60.
Nice to see the support which these field event athletes often give to each other. Last chance then for Max Eves, 5:60.
Oh.
And not this time. So he gets third place. Silver medal on count back goes to Andy Sutcliffe. Andy Sutcliffe, the Manchester lad, Sale Harrier Manchester, and so it's just going to be Luke Cutts now looking to propel himself towards that national record height of 5 meters 83. I suspect he'll do it incrementally, won't he? He won't go straight up to it, will he?
Luke Cutts does what he wants. Luke Cutts, if he wants to go to 5:84, he'll go to 5:84. He was almost toying with the idea of just coming in at 84, but yeah, he's jumped a couple of 70s this year, and he's ticked that off his list. He's on to the next thing. I know the world standard is 77, but he wants the British record.
Well, maybe he'll go straight there, looking for the financial bonus. Meanwhile, we concentrate once again on the women's long jump with Sarah Warnock. She's got a best of 5:95 this afternoon, which puts her in the bronze medal position. Silver 6:59, so she's going to have to get a huge improvement. Personal best 6:37. Personal best indoors, that is. So here she comes, fourth round. And I think that may well get the red flag, and does. She overstepped on the takeoff board. And so the women's 3,000 metres going to be going soon. 14 athletes vying for the title.
You will see the clock, the small red figures. Luke takes his kit off. He'll have 5 minutes for this attempt if he wants it, but it is the new height now of 5 meters.
Steph Twell, the fastest athlete here. 8 minutes 50.24, which is run this season.
On the track, it's time for the women's 3,000 metres final. 14 athletes, 15 laps.
15 laps of the track here for this 3,000 metres.
Swansea Harriers earn the curve. Drawn
Eleanor Kirk, Swansea Harriers there on the inside, alongside her, Ireland's Roseanne Galligan. Then from Invicta East Kent, Bobby Clay. Charlotte Green of Bristol and West. Luke Cutts bringing the bar down for the first time at 5 metres 70, just causing the pause in the announcements. Sophia Pavisi Wayne is drawn 5, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Louise Webb alongside her, also a steeplechaser. Silver medalist in the Northern Indoor Championship is Sophie Cowper from Lincoln Wellington, drawn 7. Steph Twell, she's already qualified for the World Championships. From Aldershot and Farnham, Steph Twell. Then Rachel Burns from Liverpool. Charlotte Arter of Cardiff, drawn 10. And Gemma Hillier-Moses of the Charnwood Athletics Club, based in Loughborough. Joe Moultrie of Victoria Park, Glasgow, drawn 13. Sale Harriers Manchester's Jenna Hill, and completing the lineup from Poland, Paulina Kaczynska. Well, that's the lineup for the 3,000 metres, and Steph Twell, as I say, an emphatic favourite to come here, or come home, as the champion here. Try and keep you up to date with the field events as they unfold as well. In the long jump, after 4 rounds now, it's still Ugan who leads the way, having passed the 4th round at 6.60, leaving the onus on Jasmine Sawyers to try and improve on her mark. She's had 6.59 close, but only the silver medal position right now, with Warnock in bronze with 5.95. Second attempt at 5 metres 70 for Luke Cutts. And doesn't get near. Well, he's talked boldly about the British record.
Yeah, he's put himself out there. But, you know, Luke Cutts, probably 3rd round, go sky it. So you never know what happens with Luke. He's a super talented athlete, and when he gets it right, he jumps big heights. 5.83 is not messing about.
9 minutes is the world qualifying standard that they're looking for in this 3,000 metres. Only Steph Twell has attained it so far. There'll be others here cherishing hopes of going beneath that mark. Down the back straight, long way to go. 5th round of the long jump just starting. Niamh Bailey, first attempt, the 5th attempt rather. Josephine Moultrie of Victoria Park, Glasgow, has the lead. Roseanne Galligan, the Irish athlete, holds 2nd place. Bailey in the long jump, well short of the 6 metre mark. Not been her afternoon. Moultrie still leading by about 5 metres. Steph Twell is nicely placed in 3rd place, just moving through now. That's Twell who takes closer order, running off the pace of the Scottish athletes.
See Bobby Clay tracking everything that Steph Twell does. He's one of our European junior champions last year, so it's great to see her mixing it with the senior athletes like Steph.
Joe Moultrie, Scottish international, and she, well, I suggested that Steph Twell was the only one to have the qualifying mark. She's actually gone underneath that 9-minute point as well, hasn't she, Joe Moultrie?
She has, yeah. PB this year, 8.57, so she's hopefully going to the World Champs in Oregon.
She leads the way. Steph Twell looking comfortable in second place. It's going to be Sarah Warnock with her 5th round attempt in the long jump coming shortly. Moultrie from 12. Then comes Bobby Clay, the Kent athlete, just 18 years old, in 3rd place. Luke Cutts has raised the bar. He's passed his 3rd attempt at 5 metres 70, and he's now gone all the way to 5.77, putting himself under a bit of pressure. If he doesn't clear this one, then he's not going to get that British record bonus. What's the British record? 5,000, is it? $5,000?
Yeah, no, he's going for the entry standard for the World Champs today. Like 83 is his record. So if he, 77, if he feels he can get it, then he's on the plane.
5.77 is what he needs. This is the qualification standard. 5.70 is best of the winter so far. So here he goes. Can he do it? Luke Cutts. This is for a place in Oregon. No, not this time. Well, he's not quite got it right this afternoon. He'll be disappointed, but he's the indoor champion again.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy to be champion again. I think he took an extra couple of jumps at the earlier heights that probably slowed down the second part of his competition. So it's a shame that he's not gone for got the standard or the British record, but I'm sure he'll be happy to be UK champion once again.
Moultrie from 12 and Clay, less than 7 laps remaining now. The field is starting to string out. Eleanor Kirk is the 4th athlete, just about managing to stay in contention behind Bobby Clay. Eleanor Kirk, the 26-year-old from Swansea. Roseanne Gallagher, I think that is, moving up a little bit closer in 5th place. It is indeed Gallagher. And behind her comes Charlotte Arter of Cardiff in 5th place. 6th place, Arter. But it's Moultrie setting out the pace, as she has done for a long way now. But Twell is looking really strong in 2nd place. Clay 2nd. Then comes Kirk. And Roseanne Gallagher in 5th place, just about managing to hang on in there. And behind that, Charlotte Arter and Gemma Hillier-Moses.
Gemma, her husband, Lewis Moses, will be in the 1500 metre final later on, former UK indoor champion. So it's a family affair.
Steph Twell now hits the front with 5 laps to go. Is she now going to start to pull away? She's gone a long way out. Maybe trying to take sprint finishes out of the others. Josephine Moultrie now has to try and hang on to 12. Clay is just losing contention and contact a bit in 3rd place as Eleanor Kirk comes through, comes onto her shoulder and now goes 3rd herself. Jasmine Sawyers in the long jump. This is the 5th round, 6.59. She's 1 centimetre behind the leader. Oh, good effort if she gets a white flag there. She's got it.
That's a big jump.
That's a big jump, Martin.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with that. Like, hopefully get the world standard there.
Well, 6.62 is the personal best, and she might have gone past that World Championship qualifying standard 6.75, and she could certainly be taking the lead here. An anxious wait. That was good, though. It looked good to me from my angle from Sawyers. And 6.67, she's taken the lead. It's not the World Championship qualifying mark. She's 8 centimetres short of that, but she's into gold medal position.
Yeah, PB at her championships in the 5th round. You can't ask for much more. Hopefully she'll come out and do a Christian Taylor and have a massive 6th round.
We've seen a few reserving the best till last, as Steph Twell comes round now with 2 laps to go, and still Josephine Moultrie is hanging on in there, but Twell looks really strong and full of running up front.
Yeah, Steph Twell, she's had her injury problems, but she's making a strong comeback the last couple of years. She looks confident here. She's picked up the pace, she's pushed it on everybody else, and yeah, she's put a big gap between her and Josephine Moultrie.
And she's going further away from Moultrie. The gap now is more than 10 metres. and Steph Twell will take the bell this time, and she looks as though, barring something totally unexpected, that she is going to be crowned the champion. Less than 200 metres to go, and Steph Twell, who for many laps was content to just tuck in behind the long-time leader Josephine Moultrie, who's in second place, is now striding out with less than 100 metres to go to the finishing line, and she's now 15 to 20 metres ahead of Moultrie, and it's now just a question of how fast she will go. She's going really well here. Steph Twell has a lifetime best of 8 minutes 50.24, but she's gone inside the 9-minute mark, which is the championship qualifying standard. And also Jo Moultrie looks as though she's broken 9 minutes as well. If not, it was very close. Brave effort from her, but the champion, and a good run from Steph Twell.
Yeah, fantastic run from the first two. Well, from everybody in the field, but the girls at the front, they really took it out. And to go sub-9 here today it's a great performance.
Well, we're watching the closing stages of that. Lorraine Eugen trying to respond to Jasmine Sawyer's 6.67 in the 5th round of the long jump, 6.45. So no improvement for her. And the favourite at this stage is in the silver medal position. She's got 1 leap remaining. She's certainly got it within her capabilities to go beyond the 6.67. She's had 6.80 this season, but she's under pressure now.
She is, and I think it's great that there's another British athlete coming through. Like, to have 3 at the World Champs would be incredible. Hopefully Jasmine can get that standard today. But Lorraine is, she's a world finalist. She's competed well at NCAA level. It's fantastic to see her competing here today.
That was Eugen's jump, and she knew as soon as she came out of the pit that it wasn't far enough. You could see by the reaction.
Yeah, she didn't look very happy there, but I'm sure she'll come back for the last round. I keep saying the Christian Taylor effect. Always has his big jumps in the last round, so hopefully they can do that.
Jeff Whiteman out there talking to the winner, Steph Twell, as we watch again the closing stages of the race, which she timed wonderfully. Great tactics, and she was just too strong over these last 2 laps.
Yeah, she made a strong go of it in the last 600 metres, and you can see her really pushing away from the rest of the field. But that comes through confidence and experience.
8:54.99 was her winning time. She has gone quicker in the past, but not by a great deal. And Jo Moultrie as well. Josephine Moultrie went underneath that 9-minute barrier, 8:58.75. Charlotte Green took the bronze medal, a lifetime best for her, 9:05.69, and personal bests behind that as well for Bobby Clay in 4th place from Invicta. Rose Ann Galligan, the Irish athlete, who took 5th, and Gemma Hillier-Moses of Charnwood, also a personal best for her, 9:16.46. So it's great to see these athletes coming here this weekend and pushing on and improving themselves, and Steph Twell, an emphatic winner.
Yeah, an emphatic winner. A special mention to Gemma Hillier-Moses, who has in the past suffered from cancer and come back and now looking at running PBs. It's an incredible story, and she's an inspiration to a lot of athletes within Loughborough and around the country.
That is a great story, Martin. Congratulations to her, finishing 6th on this occasion. Welsh international Charlotte Arter was 7th with 9:22. Jenna Hill also a personal best back in 8th place, 9:23, and Paulina Kaczynski completing the finishers, a season's best for her, back in 9th place. Attention back to the long jump now, because we're in the last round and it could all be decided here. Jasmine Sawyer's leading with 6:67. Can Lorraine Eugen pip her at the final post?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. A last round, it's entertaining for the crowd, so hopefully the crowd can get behind the athletes and we can have a fantastic last round.
Niamh Bailey, 5:60. No improvement for her. She finishes in 4th place. Jasmine Sawyers was the Commonwealth silver medalist in 2014 and still needs that little bit more if she's going to get that qualification standard.
Yeah, we talk about small margins in athletics. It's a tiny bit of, it's only a couple of centimetres, but it makes all the difference.
6:75 is what she's looking for. Meantime, final attempt for Edinburgh's Sarah Warnock. Her best 5:96. She's got a personal best of 6:37. She'd love to go through the 6 metre barrier, I'm sure.
That's what we hope at the British Championships. People come in and bring in their best to the table.
Lorraine Ugen had an indoor personal best at Glasgow last week of 6 metres and 80. She was 5th in the World Championships. And 5th in the Commonwealth Games as well. Well, that's pretty impressive. If she's got the white flag, she does. I think she might have left her best till last. I think that might be 6 metres.
I hope so. The camera angle from here looks like it is, but we'll see.
Well, she's got a smile on her face. Good afternoon of competition.
She's definitely going away with a medal, so she can't complain.
Gold medalist and indoor British champion, 5 metres and 60 from the city of Sheffield, Luke Cutts.
Women's 200 metres final coming up.
Please acknowledge our indoor British championship medalists.
Martin Rooney stepping aside now, and Andy Turner will be rejoining me. 400 metre runner for the sprinter and hurdler as the women's 200 metres beckons.
The women's 200 metres.
5:92 incidentally was the final attempt of Sarah Warnock.
In lane 2 we welcome from
That in the long jump.
20 indoors this year, Christy Edwards.
Christy Edwards drawn in lane 2, and there's Rebecca Campsell, who's been in good form this weekend from the city of York. Lives in Sheffield representing the York club. Starting in lane 3, Charlotte Patterson, Kingston upon Hull Athletics Club, out in lane 4, just 18 years old, as indeed is the Sheffield athlete Christy Edwards in lane 2. Louise Bloor, Northern champion, looked good in the semi-finals, didn't she? Louise Bloor, Trafford Harrier, and completing the lineup, she set a lifetime best in getting to this stage. Kimberly Baptiste starting on the outside, but Bloor in the semis looked like the one to beat, Andy.
I think Bloor's the one to beat in this one, but keep your eyes out for Baptiste. She did surprise me a little bit in the semi-final. Maybe she can do something here.
Last 2 jumps of the long jump just being held while we have this 200 metres. So the final showdown between Jasmine Sawyers and Lorraine Ugen will follow this 200 metres. Who's going to be crowned champion? Louise Bloor for Trafford goes out really hard in lane 5, and look at the way she's eaten up the distance between herself and Kimberly Baptiste. She has flown past the Crawley athlete, and she looks as though she's fully 3 or 4 metres clear at this stage, but they're starting to close in on her inside. Is she just rolling a bit? No, she's away and she's holding it. Baptiste trying to come back, really good run, 23:39. She's again annihilated her personal best, and Louise Bloor takes the gold medal. The 30-year-old has just destroyed the field there. She looked as though she pretty much had it won by 100 metres. The question then was whether she was going to tie up, were the others going to be able to eat up the ground and come back at her, but down the straight the answer was no. She set a personal best 23:39, and this is how she did it, Andy.
Yeah,
Kimberly Baptiste second.
I mean, she as soon as the gun went, she was off. She ran Kimberly Baptiste down pretty quickly. She's running flat out there. She's got great form. She's not slowing down. She's not giving it up. She wants the personal best. You know, coming around the top bench, she's still looking in good form. Rocking and rolling a tiny little bit, but she holds on. You know, she's looking strong towards the end. She's having fantastic indoor season. PBs left, right and centre. And another one today, 23:39.
Jasmine Sawyers, last round. And she can't get it right and runs through. She needed somewhere a 6:75 to get her qualification mark, and it's not to be. She's in the gold medal position, But you can see the disappointment there. She wanted more.
Yeah, I actually spoke to her just before the final. She said, you know, she's in personal best shape, but she's got to raise her game because these girls are jumping 7 metres, and she knows she's got to get there or thereabouts to be in the mix. So disappointed with, obviously, with that last effort, but 6.67, she's got to take positives away from that.
Well, she's frustrated. And now, only question remaining now, whether or not Lorraine Hugen is going to be able to deprive Jasmine of the gold medal. Just one jump remaining. There she is. Her best so far, 6.60. She's had 6.80. That was last week in Glasgow.
Yeah.
So she's in form.
And she's already got the wild card through to Portland as well. So she's kind of pressure's off, I suppose, in that respect with regards to making the team. But obviously she's going to want to win the gold medal here. So can she pull something out of the bag this final jump? As we've seen a lot today, actually, for the last jump of the last competition, people have been doing it. So
She doesn't want to get the old proverbial kicked in her last performance before going to the Worlds, does she?
Absolutely not. She doesn't want to go there with a second place medal in the bag. She wants that shiny gold one.
What can she do? Presentation being made of the 3,000 metre winners, I think. Steph Twell taking the gold medal there. Dominant performance from her, as you'd have anticipated. She'll be going to Oregon along with Joe Moultrie, assuming the selectors give them the nod when they meet tomorrow.
I should think they will. Touch wood.
So can she do it? Last attempt. And it looks decent.
Does look good.
Oh, but she's got the red flag. It was a good effort, but she gets the red flag. So Jasmine Sawyers is the UK indoor champion, and on this occasion, Lorraine is going to have to settle for the silver, but you kind of sympathise for Jasmine. Congratulations to have won it, but to have won it and come so close, within 8 centimetres, to have come so close, you kind of give some sympathy there. So next on the track we've got the men's 200 metres final.
Yeah, an exciting final coming up in the 200. It's quite closely matched with the two main guys obviously being disqualified, not in the final. It's quite evenly matched, but I think my money's going to be on Toby Harries in lane 6, the young 17-year-old from Brighton Phoenix. 21.12 personal best and season's best. Martin Rooney says he's got a lot of potential, so yeah, let's see what he can pull out.
Well, it's a kind of a breakthrough opportunity, isn't he? He's capturing some attention. People are noticing him, and he's going to be able to get a medal here, potentially here, on his CV, and that'll give him a great deal of confidence as he continues his preparations to the outdoor season.
Absolutely. You know, if you're 17 years old and say I'm the national senior champion, that's massive. Because he's got under 20s, he's got under 22s. You know, you bypass all that and just go straight to the senior championship gold medal.
There he is.
Fantastic opportunities he's got right ahead of him at the moment. Can he take it? Can he handle the pressure? We'll see.
I wonder if he'll ever think about the old 400.
Who, me?
No.
Him.
No, I think I'm not going to send you back out there, Andy. Relax.
I don't know. I mean, he's 17. The world is oyster at the moment. He's running 21.1 indoors, which equates to a sub 21 outdoors. If he's got the strength, then yeah, well, absolutely could contemplate the 400.
He looks a strong guy.
Yeah, you know, Martin says he's going to be a 400 metre runner eventually. So
At what stage, I wonder?
You want to say?
At what stage, I wonder?
Well, that's the thing. You know, a lot of 400 metre runners start off with 200s, build up the speed, and then the endurance comes later. But you know, if Martin Rooney, our 400 metre champion, says that he's going to be a 400 metre champion in the future, then I'll definitely take his word for it.
Well, all eyes on the track now, and the athletes shortly will be introduced to the crowd. Lane 1, he's going well here this weekend. The youngster, great starter. He'll gamble, but he's got a difficult lane here in lane 1. 17-year-old Edinburgh man, Cameron Tyndall, outside him from Bexley. The European junior medalist, Tommy Ramden in lane 2. And then big David Lima, who's been going well this weekend in lane 3. Portuguese, 25 years old. Chris Stone from Bristol and West, starting in lane 4. A 60 metres specialist. Ben Snaith in lane 5 from Enfield and Haringey. Ben setting a personal best this year of 21.2. And Toby Harris, a name for the future maybe. Brighton Phoenix, but 17 years old. Is he going to be able to put the rounds together?
That's it. That's it. What I like is the fact that David Lima's 25, but everybody else in the whole race is like 20 or younger. And that just shows we've got quality coming through the age groups, and you know it's looking bright for the future.
Well, that's good to consider. Physical event though, this not only about speed, it's about putting the rounds together. And the young lads sometimes find that tough. Is Toby Harris one to buck the trend? Brighton Phoenix athlete starting right on the outside in lane 6, just 17 years old. Just one lap of the track, and it's a fairly conservative start from Harris. Lima's right up in contention, and going well also is Ben Snaith, and now Harris is going to have to respond because Snaith has the lead and Stone is up there, and coming storming through is Tommy Ramden on the inside. It's going to be close, and on the outside, great strength from Harris, coming off the bend with speed to respond to the challenge inside him, and Tommy Harris 21.14. At 150 metres he looked as though he was struggling, but he kept his form together on the outside and came down that closing straight and takes the gold medal.
Absolutely, I mean that was a close race. He held it together towards the end, which is obviously the vital part. Everyone's in a line. It was just about who didn't tighten up the most, and you know he managed to pull it out. Fantastic really. 17 years old, he's now the national 200 metre indoor champion.
Ben Snaith 21.2 took the silver. And it was David Lima, big lad in the green vest for Portugal, who came through to clinch third place, but it'll be Chris Stone who gets the bronze medal and finished 4th. From Bexley, 21.38, he takes 4th and will take the bronze medal, but it's all about this fella, Toby Harris. Martin Rooney rates him, you've seen him now,
yep.
And I guess you've got to rate him, and everybody who's been watching at home on YouTube. He is a good athlete and a talent for the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. The guy's 17, you know, he looked to me like he's got rounds in his legs there. A fresh run, I think, is good for sub-21. You know, he did what he had to do. When you get into a final, it's not about who runs the fastest sometimes. It's about who makes the least mistakes, who holds it together. And that's exactly what he did. He did what he had to do. And fair play to him, he's 17 years old, you know, and you could easily have buckled under the pressure, but he didn't. He held his own.
I think give him 2 or 3 years. I can see what Martin's saying. I mean, he's going to be a big lad, isn't he? And he showed good endurance speed. Then he was headed at 100 metres, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And off the bend, he was the stronger in the latter stages of that race.
Exactly. Like I say, Martin's predicted him as a 400 metre potential athlete in the future. And I think you're right. You know, he did come through towards the end. He didn't tie up. The other guys they looked tired. He held his own. He kept his form. So definitely, I think there's a potential for a 400 metre runner there. But you know, he's so young. He's just got time. He hasn't got to focus on one event at the moment. He can do what Matt Hudson-Smith did when he started with 200s and then built his 400 metre speed endurance as well, and then moved to the 400s.
Yeah, and and now looking ahead to the summer season, what sort of I mean, you've been there as a young athlete to have achieved that. What sort of a boost is that giving him as he moves ahead?
Massive. You know, that's exactly what he needs leading on to the outdoors. To come here and be and leave as the national senior champion, that's only going to fill him with confidence. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes on outdoors, because I think big things might happen for him this year.
Now, what about this women's 60 metres hurdles? This is our next track final, and this could be very, very tasty indeed. Tiff Porter, defending champion, Sarita Solomon, Lucy Hatton, all have produced really good performances with roughly similar times. Tiff Porter, maybe the favourite, she's surely going to kick on, but this could be a sub-8 second run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give it to Tiff Porter. I'm interested to know why Tiff is in lane 3 and not 4, and why the main 3 aren't together. I find that a little bit odd. I think those 3 should be together. But this is going to be a case of who makes the least mistakes. We've got 3 girls all running similar times. I do fancy Tiff to take the victory, but for the second place, we've got Lucy and Sarita, who makes the least mistakes.
There were 4 heat winners, weren't there?
Yeah.
Porter was the fastest though, so as she's been put in lane 3, so I can only assume that they've drawn it rather than gone on ranks.
Yeah, no, you know what, I actually forgot I thought there was 3 heats, it was 4 heats, because Jasmine won a heat as well, yeah. It would have been good to see the 3 of them together though, but I didn't put the lane draws out, so.
Well, we will see. Kelly Southerton's lurking behind.
Lurking.
Now, who's making the decisions here? Are we having Andy or are we having Kelly doing this 60 metres hurdles final? Have them both, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm staying.
You're staying where you are? All right. Just being kept waiting a little while the young 200-metre winner
Interesting to hear
is
what he just
interviewed by Danny Crates.
Yeah, he just said I wasn't aiming for the podium when I came here. So I mean, what a day that's been. You come here just have a little run out, you go home with the gold medal in the championship in the bag. Fantastic.
Luck of the draw, isn't it? There's been people who were expected medalists who've been found wanting by the officials, have been disqualified, and he stepped into the breach.
Exactly. You can only beat who's in the race. He did exactly that. He won the race. He's the champion. Simple as that. Over to the hurdles. I'm really excited for this race. 3 girls so evenly matched. But is it all about who makes the least mistakes? And there's one athlete in my mind who is a little bit more tenser than the other athletes. I'm not going to say who.
Well, Tiffany Porter, UK indoor record holder, the European outdoor champion, second in the world indoors in 2012. Lucy Hatton, who was the silver medalist in the European indoors last year. Sarita Solomon, the defending champion. And young Yasmin Miller as well, who was a heat winner here. All about who handles the tension and the pressure the best, I suppose. And Tiffany Porter has shown that she is absolutely at elite level now, though, as a hurdler.
Absolutely is. She's one of the world's best. And the thing is with Tiff as well, you put her in a race with anybody, regardless of what shape she's in, you know, and she competes. She gets, her level of aggression just goes up, and she pull it out of the bag. It's going to really rely on the start to me. The person who gets to the first hurdle is going to set the race, set the rhythm of the race. It's either going to be a fight for everybody else, or you know, they're going to make mistakes. It's going to be really interesting, but for me, it's all about who's going to get to that first hurdle first.
Well, the athletes will be officially introduced to the crowd shortly, as one of the medal presentation ceremonies is completed. 8 athletes here vying for the title, and Sarita Solomon trying to hang on to the crown that she won last year. She's run 7.93 indoors and 8.05 this season. She'll be competitive, believe me.
I can see 3 girls going sub 8 here. That'd be a good finish, wouldn't it?
That certainly would. Lane 1 is Carla Drew. She's got a personal best of 8.33 from Sheffield. Alongside her, from Guildford and Godalming, that's Hope Sarti, just 18 years old, a PB of 8.5. And then the familiar figure of Tiffany Porter, 28 years old now, and the national record holder at 7.8, the UK record holder. Tiff Porter, you'd have to identify as the favourite here. Yasmin Miller, alongside her, representing the Derby Athletics Club, 20 years old, 8.16 her best. Lucy Hatton in 5th place, 7.9 is her best. 21 years old from the Corby Club, and there's the defending champion, Sarita Solomon, from Blackheath and Bromley, and she's in shape. She's gone sub 8, could do again. Molly Courtney from Cheltenham and County, 18 years old, a PB this winter of 8.34, and completing the lineup in lane 8 from Harrow, Marilyn and Wawulaw. 23 years old, and she's had a personal best this winter as well of 8:29. So a really competitive women's 60 metres hurdles final. Who's it going to be? The big guns, Tiffany Porter in 3, Lucy Hatton in 5, defending champion Sarita Solomon in 6. This could be very fast indeed. The final of the women's 60 metres hurdles. Well, that's not going to help anything. It's going to set the old nerves a-jangling a bit, isn't it?
It's not like the girls are nervous as it is already. That's certainly not helping.
You know all about the emotions down there. It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I remember my hands used to be shaking on the start line. Your nerves, your adrenaline just absolutely flowing. You just want to get started. And for something like this, some people can kind of get in their head a little bit. They want to get rolling right now.
Green card given, no disciplinary action, no penalties imposed, no warnings. So the 60 metres hurdles final. A reminder, Tiffany Porter goes in 3, Yasmin Miller in 4, Lucy Hatton 5, Sarita Solomon in 6. In all probability, it's going to be between those 4. Just a check going on the starting blocks, and all adding to the nerves in a pretty much silent arena here at the English Institute of Sport, adding to the tension of the moment.
You can feel the tension, can't you? I'm nervous for these girls.
I've got slightly sweaty palms. World Championship standard 8:05 for the 60 metres hurdles. The 3 big contenders here, Porter, Hatton and Solomon, have all achieved that standard, but only 2 can get on the plane.
That's why it's such a big race for these girls right now.
The winner would get automatic selection. So much at stake. Once again, down onto their blocks for the final of this women's 60 metres hurdles. Away they go. Good start from Porter, also from Solomon, but it's Porter ahead from Solomon. It's going to be close between these 2, but Tiff Porter from Solomon, and the time 7:95. They've dipped beneath that 8-second barrier, but Tiff Porter, I don't think, was ever headed. Sarita Solomon got a good start as well, but the strength and the speed and the technical cleanliness of her hurdling carried Tiffany Porter home, chased all the way by the defending champion Sarita Solomon, but those 2 have taken the first 2 places, and close for 3rd. Tiffany Porter's time was rounded up to 7.98.
7:90. I mean, she got out of the blocks well. She pulled away pretty quickly. I think she would have known she had the race won. It was a case of the girls behind her trying to battle for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, and Sarita did it. She just ran a really good race. So 8:05 for Sarita. So she's qualified, and as long as they choose her in the meeting tomorrow, then she'll be on the plane as well.
Sarita taking the silver medal in a season's best time of 8.05, equaling her season's best. And it must have been very close for 3rd, because there's a delay here, seeing who's got the bronze medal. It's taking a photograph to separate them. Lucy Hatton was up in contention, and she's got it. 8.15, Lucy Hatton from Corby takes the bronze medal.
Yeah, I think she's going to be disappointed with that. I think she would have wanted and expected a lot more. But Yasmin Miller, she's someone to look out for. She's 20 years old, but just watch her. I've trained with her, and I know what she's got.
And she was in 4th place, just 100th of a second behind Lucy.
She's a competitor. She pulls it out the bag when she has to. So watch out for Yasmin Miller in the future. She's a fantastic talent. Yasmin
Miller's 8.16 equalled her personal best. And there was a new personal best for the athlete who finished 5th from Harrow, Marilyn and Wowalaw. 8.24, Molly Courtney, Carla Drew and Hope Sarti completing it. Talk us through it again.
I think Lucy may have clipped her hurdle right there. I think maybe 3 or 4, I think she might have clipped it. I think she knew it. She's head in her hands as she crossed the line. Lucy Hatton's going to be disappointed with that race, but you know, what can you say about Tiffany? She looks supreme. From the gun to tape, She knew she had the race won from probably even the first, second hurdle, and she just
And she does it when it counts, doesn't it? So you know she's going to get over to the States in however many days it is before they go over there, and she's going to be a contender.
Absolutely, regardless of what she runs here, you stick her in a field with the world's best, and she raised her level again. She's that kind of athlete. She's such a beast when it comes to championships. She just pulls it out the bag when she has to. Got massive respect for people like that, because some people get to a champs and they bottle it. You know, they get scared and it doesn't happen for them. But she's the opposite. She pulls it out of the bag when she has to.
Danny Crates waiting to interview her as champion. Former Paralympic 800-metre gold medalist himself from
He was.
2004.
2004 Athens, yeah, it was, yeah. He says his son is faster than him now.
Yeah, he got beaten by his 8-year-old the other day. He was
That's right, yeah.
mortified, wasn't it? I know the feeling. I've got a 9-year-old daughter, and I pulled the muscle trying to race her across a cricket pitch a month or two back.
My 11-year-old actually has got a better six-pack than me. She's a girl. I'm not lying, no. Go on my Instagram, you'll see. It's crazy.
Well, all we've got remaining now is the women's 400, the men's 15 and the women's 8. Andy Turner stepping aside and Kelly Southerton taking his place. Bet you enjoyed that performance from Tiff in the 60 metres hurdles, didn't you? It was an outstanding race, wasn't it?
Yeah, the heats were really good. Every one of them, Porter, Solomon and Hatton, ran fantastic heats, so you knew it was going to be a cracking final. I actually I had my money on Hatton because she won a very, very good heat, but Tiffany Porter showed a pure class. She's been there many times before at championships, and she held her nerve and ran a really solid race, and obviously booked her place to Portland. So it remains to be seen what the selectors do tomorrow, whether they pick Solomon or Hatton or even Tiffany Porter's sister Cynthia Philly, who's already in the States and runs sub-8 but isn't here to do the championship. So it'll be interesting to see what the selectors do tomorrow.
And a word as well about the women's 2.
Yes.
Great performance from Louise, wasn't it?
Yeah, Louise Bloor ran a fantastic 200.
Personal best.
Massive personal best of 23:39. She's coached by Jess Ennis's coach, Tony Minicello, here in Sheffield. And it's really good to see Louise now. Well, for such a long time she's been there and thereabouts, but now she's starting to transition into a really solid sprinter. And she's part of the 4x1 relay setup with British Athletics, so she's actually learning from some of the best sprinters we have, and she's becoming one of the best sprinters we have.
And another athlete who's maturing late, showing that you get to 30 and you can still improve.
Yeah, you can. There's no reason why you're 30 and suddenly you get slower. If you do things right and you're sensible and you're healthy and you adjust your training to what you need to do in your age, and you've got a good program, you can get faster. Because we can't say you can't when Kim Collins keeps getting faster. He's setting the precedence for everyone else.
Right, what do you make of this women's 400 metres then? There's Montaigne Spate, who won her heat, set a personal best this year. Who would you think is the athlete to beat here?
From personal best, obviously I would go for Birchfield's Megan Beasley. She's got great form, she's got great pedigree in the indoor 400 metres. I think it'll be a quite close. It all depends who's got the guts to go on the first 200 and get to the bell first. I imagine that Megan will run a pretty fast first 200 and want to be at the bell first. So it'll be. I'm going for Megan Beasley in lane 6 to win this, but she'll be followed by Montaigne Spate and Philippa Lowe, who ran good semi-finals yesterday. But yeah, my money will be on Megan Beasley. I mean, she's been to two times World Championship semi-finalists in the 4 hurdles, has made big breakthroughs in that event, and she has always been a pretty good winner and won this event 8 years ago, I think. Yeah, 2008. So she knows what it's like to be a winner, and she's done it here before.
She must have won this when she was 18, back in 2008.
Yeah, I remember her.
Started the juniors.
Yeah, she was very young, because that's the year that she won a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships in Poland in the 4 hurdles. So that was a really good year for her.
Well, they'll be introduced formally. Laura Wake has got the dubious position of starting off in the unfancied inside lane. She was bronze in the UK Indoor Championships in 2011. Laura Wake from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, former under-23 international. Amy Alcock alongside her in lane 2 from Aldershot, Farnham and District. British University's indoor champion last year. Jessie Knight, 21 years old, from Herne Hill, ran a personal best 53.91 in her heat. Thames Valley Harrier, US bound, she won her heat, personal best this year. Montaigne Spate, Thames Valley Harrier, 53.29, her PB. Philippa Rowe, Southern Indoor champion this winter and setting a personal best 58.17 in the heat from Dacorum and Tring. And Megan Beasley, Birchfield Harrier, and Megan was a World Championship semi-finalist in the 400 metres hurdles and won this title way back in 2008 and might be in the sort of form to bring home the gold medal once again. Women's 400 metres final, and they settle down now onto their blocks. So who's going to have the guts to take it out? Montaigne Spate was a little bit slowly away, and really flying out down that back straight, as we anticipated, is Megan Beasley, and she looks as though she's got the lead, but Spate is starting to rally, and she's coming back at her, and also inside her Jessie Knight, who's going to be ahead as they get to the bell, and it's going to be a close one, this. Beasley on the outside, just ahead of Spate. Spate has to just check slightly, and there's a bit of bumping and barging. 24.58 at the bell, and away goes Megan Beasley. Spate had to give ground. She didn't want to, but she had to. Now has she got the strength to come back, but Megan Beasley looks as though she might have this one in the bag unless she ties up. Off the bend now, and it's hurting Beasley. Spate's coming back. Can Beasley hang on? Spate coming on the inside, but she's not got it there. Beasley wins it. Spate takes second, and a winning time of 53.16. It's her best of the winter. I tell you what, that last 100 metres really hurt, but she hung on in there and she takes gold.
Yeah, she paid a price for that very fast 200 metres, as I predicted, for 24.54 round in the first 200 to get to the bell first. It's so much easier to run a race when you're out in front and then you're not carrying on anyone else's pace, but she held on really strong, showed her 400 metre hurdle strength, really determined effort. It was Montaigne Spate tried to get the lead at the bell. She put a really good back straight in, didn't maintain it as much around the bend, and Megan had to really work really hard to get to the bell, and I think that she paid the price at the end a little bit, but she held on for a fantastic win and the season's best of 53.15. Now it's confirmed with Montaigne Spate in second in 53.48, and a third place for Philippa Lowe, 53.61, a fantastic personal best. Jessie Knight in fourth from Herne Hill in another personal best of 53.69, and in fifth place Laura Wake in 55.09.
Now this is where it starts to hurt as she comes around that bend. It was just a question here of whether she was going to be able to keep her form together. Look at the effort there, you can see it's hurting, but it's Spate who's feeling that early pace as well, and it was the fast finishing Philippa Lowe who was able to come through and take the bronze medal, and Spate unable to make inroads in that final 40 or 50 metres, and the gold medal once again, as it was in 2008. Happy moments for Megan Beasley, and she's signing autographs over there on the far side of the arena as the champion. Nice feeling.
It must be a nice feeling. She was just outside the world indoor qualifying standard of 53 seconds. 53.15 as it was confirmed, so probably a little bit bittersweet for her, but she's in solid form. It goes well for the summer. Her coach Nick Dakin will be really pleased about how she's performed. She won the British University's 200 metre title last weekend here, so she's had 2 wins back to back in Sheffield, so she's had a great week for Megan Beasley and Birchfield Harriers and Loughborough students.
Seren Bundy Davis has got the standard, hasn't she?
Yes, Seren Bundy Davis has got the standard. She's one of the fastest in the world at the moment, but she's chosen not to do the world indoors. She's going to focus on the outdoor season and gaining her Olympic space, which will be obviously more important for her. She did indoors just to see where her training was and what she needed to do for the summer, so she's forgone the indoor season to really focus on the Olympic qualification.
On the start of the back straight with Megan Beasley, the new 400 metre indoor champion. Fantastic run. She set up really, really strongly on the centre lap.
Does that come out on air? Can people hear that? Can people hear that?
No.
Can they hear this?
No, not on.
Being interviewed by Danny Crates there, the happy winner Megan Beasley, who was literally doing a little jig of delight as she went around her lap of honour. And the dubious prize of being interviewed by my old IPC commentary mate Danny Crates.
Yeah, he's had a
loving
great
it,
day.
isn't he?
Yes, he's had a great day interviewing all the winners and all the people that are potentially bound for Portland in 3 weeks' time. So yeah, Megan's just finishing her lap of honour with the British flag. Great to see. And she's still got a lot to give in this event, really. She's only 26, so she's still got lots and lots of time. This all bodes well for her summer and the 4 hurdles, which will be on the shoulder of Ailey Child, gunning for a place for the Rio Olympics in August. I don't know how to have all that energy to run a lap.
I know, there's some serious exertion, wasn't there?
There is.
And now she's been able to run quite a sprightly 400-metre lap of honour.
There's all that adrenaline from winning and that buzz, and I'm sure when she gets to sit down in a second, when she goes and gets her medal, after she's got her medal, she'll probably have to go into doping. It will hit her, the exhaustion. But they've had a relatively easy weekend. They've only had 2 400-metre races. Usually it's a heat, semi and final, so she's had 2 good races, 2 solid races. There you
Well,
go.
the presentation will not be before too long, and she's now just feeling it, down on her haunches and just trying to get her breath back and feeling the exertions of what she's just gone through. Men's 1500 metres final still to come, and then the women's 800 will round off the entertainment for the afternoon and indeed the weekend. Pretty good weekend it's been as well. Now, this 1500 metres, Charlie Grice, yep, he's going to be a contender. Interesting though that Michael Rimmer has made it through into the final, and he's kind of a little bit of a man on a mission, isn't he, after his disqualification in the 800 metres, where he may have been the favourite for the gold.
Yeah, I mean, he did a time trial, didn't he, in his heat yesterday, ran about 1:47, got disqualified for a lane infringement, thought, hell, I'll go and do the 1500 metres and see what happens. I think the whole stadium was cheering him on to make the final. Had that 1:47 in his leg, made the final, so it remains to see what energy he has left from those 2 exertions yesterday.
Well, it'd be some performance if he went and won this now, I tell you.
Yeah,
it really would.
It would be.
We're all out there. Closest to us, starting in lane 1, Charlie Grice, who's the reigning champion. World, Commonwealth and European finalist. See James Brewer alongside him. He was the champion right back in 2007 and a world finalist in 2009. James McMurray, Dale Clutterbuck, Dan Cheeseman, Steve Mitchell, Michael Rimmer. There he is, just hanging back from the line. 7 times the UK 800 metres champion. Martin Rooney stepping into the co-commentator's hot seat now.
It's a hot seat, everyone's bouncing around.
Levered Kelly Southerton out. And now this is the full lineup then. Charlie Grice from Brighton Phoenix. Starting on the inside, alongside him, former champion from Cheltenham and County, James Brewer. And then the man who was 3rd in the British Universities last year from St Albans, James McMurray. Newman Essex Beagles, Dale Clutterbuck, who was 3rd in the UK outdoors last year. Got into the final as well. Dan Cheeseman, who's drawn 5th, he was 6th last year. Former England champion from 2012 from Bristol and West, Steve Mitchell, drawn 6th, drawn 7. And there'll be a lot of sentimental support for him here, I think. Michael Rimmer, outdoor best. Is pretty sharp, but his outdoor best is way back. If he were to win this, it would be an amazing achievement. Lewis Moses from Gateshead, champion here in 2012, is out in lane 8, running for Gateshead, and completing the lineup, Robbie Fitzgibbon, Brighton and Phoenix, who was 5th in the European Juniors, and a former English schools champion, youngest man in the field, Robbie, on the outside, just 19 years old. Well, this is sure to be tactical. I guess Charlie Grice may be the favourites here.
Yeah, he's the world finalist. He's come in here in good shape. We've seen in the heats he looked very comfortable, so it'd be nice to see Rimmer try and hold on to him, and the likes of Lewis Moses and Brewer give him a good race.
Well, Grice straight to the front, Brewer on his shoulder, then comes Steve Mitchell. Behind him comes Clutterbuck, and Rimmer is just tucked in next to last at this stage. He'll be, I'm sure, trying to conserve all energy he can and give himself a chance with his sprint finish, which is considerable if he remains in contact. But the early leader now is Steve Mitchell, who takes it on from Grice. Mitchell, English champion of 2012, 27 years old. He's a 3:44 man this season. Quickest man on seasonal times so far this year. Well, you look at Dale Clutterbuck, who's run 3 minutes 40, but Grice has a personal best of 3:39. James Brewer as well can run well. And as they go on in front, it's still Mitchell who leads, being tracked now by James Brewer. And then comes Grice. And Rimmer just taking slightly closer order, staying up in 5th place, 6th place now, and still very much in contention.
Yeah, it's they're all running pretty sensibly. It doesn't look like it's going to be the fastest paced race, but they're all they're watching each other. They're all hanging on. And Brewer, someone I had my first English schools race against back in Sheffield a long time ago. He looks like he's in a comfortable position right now.
Rimmer moves up into 4th place. Still Mitchell who leads from Brewer, then Grice. And just making a forward move on the inside there, Lewis Moses, right alongside Michael Rimmer. 30 years old now, Rimmer, and I'm sure a man on a mission, feeling as though he's got a point to prove. Who's going to take this one? And they come up now towards the line with 4 laps to go. And Mitchell has the lead from Brewer. Then comes Grice, then Moses, then Rimmer. And no more than 3 or 4 metres between them. Nobody's really made a decisive move yet. Grice looks strong though.
There's definitely been an injection of pace there, and Charlie looks like he's covered that. They look like they're jogging into the bends and striding straight, so it'll be interesting to see who can hold that kind of odd rhythm.
Rimmer coming wide, and he is tracking Grice. Is he going to have the endurance and the pace to stay with him? 3 laps to go now as they go around with Mitchell leading from Grice, and then comes Rimmer. And Rimmer's pulled out, he's pulled a muscle. Looks as though his hamstring might have gone, and Rimmer playing no further part in this race. So now it's Mitchell from Grice, then comes Brewer. It looks as though it could be between those 3, but Lewis Moses is still up in the shake-up as well, and Mitchell comes through now, this time with 2 laps to go from Grice.
Yeah, 400 metres to go. Charlie looks in a great position. I think Rimmer, who's had a series of back injuries in the past, he's had to pull out there, but hopefully it's not a reoccurrence of something very serious. But the indoor boards, they're punishing, so we'll see what happens.
Grice hits the front now with just over a lap and a half to go. Who's got the strength to go with him? It looks as though Mitchell is struggling. Brewer comes wide, and he's moving up onto the shoulder of Grice. It's going to be between these 2 over the last 200 metres. Mitchell in 3rd place. The rest of them struggling to stay in contention. And Grice piling it on in front. Has Brewer got the speed to stay with him? Charlie Grice is 100 metres away from the gold medal. Terrific run so far, but is he going to tie up? Brewer is in the ideal place if he's got the speed in his legs. Grice looks round anxiously, and here comes Brewer. The 2 men side by side, and up to the line, Grice wins it. Brewer takes 2nd, close for 3rd, and a winning time. Well, it didn't really matter a deal. It was a tactical race, and Charlie Grice wins it in 3:46.5, the reigning champion, and he takes the title once more.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be very happy with another win there. He's taken the W, and Brighton and Phoenix have had a great championship so far. Like, lots of people competing from that training group, and it's great to see him winning. I think Lewis Moses was 3rd there, which is obviously great for him, a former champion here, to pick up a medal again.
What did you see that injury to Michael Rimmer being? Maybe we'd just better watch this, and we'll talk about that afterwards, and just look at the race as it's unfolded here. It was Mitchell who was in front, and Grice moves powerfully down that back straight, and he's measured his run beautifully.
Yeah, from 300 metres to go, Charlie was in control of the race. I mean, he made a stronger go of it from a long way out, but he looked very comfortable, and he's a world-class athlete, someone that we're looking to do well in Rio this year. I think Rimmer, yeah, it looked like he came off the bend, and those bends, you might have seen me on Vinco's Snapchat this morning jogging around that track, and I found it very tight. So Rimmer, I know, he's had back issues and he's had surgery in his back. So
Was that a back-related pull-up? You think? I mean, it looked my first inclination when he stepped aside was that he'd done a hamstring.
I don't know if he was going quick enough to do a hamstring, to be honest, but like he did look like he was holding his back in the last. As soon as he stopped, I saw him grab his back first. As the race was developing, I was keeping an eye on him. He did look like he was holding his back, so I hope it's nothing too serious.
No, let's hope not.
Yeah, it's great to have him back anyway, running.
Well, Charlie is not going to be going to the World Indoors, but he'll take that gold medal as something rather nice as he moves on now to the summer season, won't he?
Yeah, definitely. To be national champion is always it's something that fills you with pride and it fills him with confidence. He knows he's in good shape. He's come in and just done 2 races and he's been successful in both. So he'll be looking forward. I'm sure he's probably going back to Kenya or Ethiopia for a training stint, a bit of altitude. And yeah, I wish him all the success as always.
Now let me just ask you about the men's 200. We saw the young lad take the gold medal, Toby Harris from Brighton Phoenix. Good run from him, and I know you fancy him at some stage in the future as a 400 man.
Yeah, I'm in the break whilst I was not commentating, I went down and I managed to get a couple of words with him, and he's adamant that he doesn't want to run the 400.
Well, it hurts, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I think at 17 years old you want to go for the ones and twos. It sounds a lot easier, but I think knowing this coaching setup he has at the moment, I'm sure he will come home and be a very strong 400-metre runner for the future.
People are going to be hearing this. We're watching Charlie Grice running around here, and we're not disrespecting Charlie because that was a really good run. But you know, I mean, you're at the top of the tree domestically for the 400-metre runners, and you have a kind of an objective eye looking at all the talent around you. And Toby, a young lad of 17, who's clearly got a very big future. What do you see in him then, which makes you say, yeah, he's a 400 man?
I think I look at his physique. He's a strong-looking build of a runner. I'm looking at him as a lot of young 200-metre runners who really should be looking at the 400 metres. Unless they're running, well, he's running very fast as a 17-year-old, but maybe in the next 2 or 3 years, unless he runs like 20.1, 20.2, the 400 is probably where his strengths will lie. Like he could, at 20.1, you should be able to, if you can do the strength work and get the endurance done, 44 seconds is there to be had. So there's definitely a couple of kids I've looked at. Chris Clark would be the perfect example. Someone who's fantastic 400 metres as a youth, went back to 200 metres, and he's still probably the most talented 400-metre runner we've ever had, but he's never applied himself in the right way, and maybe not in the right coaching setup now, but he's a fantastic talent, and I don't want to lose another one.
Right, well, we have our final track race now, the women's 800 metres. Vary Hendry, Victoria Park, Glasgow, the Scottish champion in 2015, starting in lane 1. In lane 2 will be Philippa Millage, another Scottish athlete, Victoria Park, Glasgow, second in the Scottish Championships last year. Adele Tracy from Guildford and Godalming, who was 4th here last year. She starts in 3. Leah Barrow alongside her, and here's Jenny Meadows, European indoor champion in 2011. Loads and loads of UK titles. She'll run from the front, but the European champion from 2012 and the new Scottish record holder, who's run sub 158 outside, Lindsay Sharp, might be the favourite here.
Yeah, it's going to be between Jenny will front run, but having done some sessions with Lindsay in Florida, I know she's in great shape, and she's looking to. She was ranked second in the world outdoors last year, so she's looking to go to Portland as a medal hope for us.
Well, Jenny, I'm sure will want to run something sharp as well. She's got the World Championship qualifying standard, as indeed has Lindsay Sharp, 2:02.05 it stands at. Adele Tracy is just outside that. But Jenny Meadows, as so often over the years, she leads the way. The diminutive figure running in the dark glasses, and it's Lindsay Sharp from Edinburgh Athletics Club who is right on her shoulder, and then comes Adele Tracy behind them, running almost in the slipstream of the lead 2. Down the back straight, Meadows looking strong, so much experience over the years. She's a sub 2-minute runner, but now 34 years old, and Lindsay Sharp is looking absolutely in her prime. Halfway stage 59.
Yeah, Lindsay's running the long way around, but I know she's in fantastic shape, so it won't take much out of her to run a bit further. I think it'd be interesting to see how she goes over this 600 metres.
How far will it be before Sharp feels that she has to take it out? Has she got the strength to go past Jenny Meadows, who was frustrated by what she saw was a little bit of a substandard performance in Glasgow last week? Let's not forget Adele Tracy, who's still up in contention. Leah Barrow is in 4th place but struggling to stay, and they go through and take the bell this time. And around they go for the last time. It's still Meadows from Sharp. Then comes Tracy, who's still got a chance, and she's trying to pour it on in front, Jenny Meadows. But here comes Lindsay Sharp. Look at that, accelerating past, but Adele Tracy is not beaten yet, and she's still in contention and hanging on in there. Leah Barrow coming past. What a finish from Barrow. Is she going to get among the medals as well?
What
and
a
Sharp
race.
side up. Tracy hits the front, and here comes Barrow. But it's Tracy who wins it. Barrow takes 2nd, Sharp for 3rd, and Jenny Meadows for 4th, and a winning time 2:03.01. And Lindsay Sharp lost her form dramatically in the last 60 metres or so. Also, Jenny Meadows had nothing as she came off the bend, and it was Adele Tracy who'd given nothing so far as pacemaking was concerned and had run in the slipstream, and she came powering through.
I've jinxed both the 800s, Guy and Lindsay, but the one who won both of those races was the one who sat off the pace and ran the most economical race. Adele never really left lane 1 until she overtook down the home straight, and it was a fantastic run from her.
She hasn't got the... Oh, she has got the qualifying standard, Adele Tracy, so she gets the automatic selection there.
Yeah.
So the selectors now have to look at the rest and say, well, who?
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. Like I know Lindsay ran a couple of races in the States. One was she went too slow through 400. Next one far too fast. She's still trying to find her way, and an inexperienced indoor runner. But yeah, fantastic to the girls who came 1st and 2nd. Leah Barrow came from a long way back, and she showed some real guts today. So it'll be very interesting in the selection meeting, but. Yeah, I'd still say the people with the qualifying standard are likely to go.
Adele Tracy wreathed in smiles as well. She might be. She was 4th here last year, 22 years old, 4th in the European under-23s last year. Personal best of 2:02.15. It wasn't as quick as that, her winning time here, but forget the times. It was about getting it absolutely right. 2:02.29. And taking some seriously big scalps there.
Yeah, you've taken out a previous world medalist, you've taken out a European champion. Adele Tracy put the race together perfectly today, and 2:02.99 in the circumstances is all she needed to do to win. So that's a fantastic run from her.
I wonder if she came here this weekend thinking I could be the champion. I wonder if she thought so, but she is.
I think every athlete, you have to go into a race and be confident in your own ability, and especially in the 800 where anything can happen. It's all about who conserves their energy best and who comes off the bend. It doesn't matter if you lead all the way around, but it's all that matters is the first person that crosses the line, and she did that today.
So that's our last victory here as we watch the replay once again and measure a beautifully timed run from Adele Tracy. That's a standout performance. We've seen records here in the walks this afternoon and great performances in the field and on the track over the 2 days. From your experienced, seasoned head, what stands out to you over the weekend? What do you take away?
There's been some fantastic performances. I think obviously Saturday was marred by a couple of disqualifications that really didn't need to happen. And I think that's the one thing maybe we should learn from this weekend. Why are we disqualifying athletes when we didn't need to?
Who's going to come away happiest, do you think? Who's
Asher
really
Phillips.
produced?
Asher Phillips is probably the performance for me. 7:10 is a world-class time. She executed her race perfectly, and yeah, she took. Dina Asher-Smith is a fantastic athlete, and so to take a scalp like that is she should be very proud of herself.
And now the athletes, their immediate future is in the hands of the selectors. There's one lady who's going to be on the plane to Portland, Adele Tracy, winner here today. She's got the standard and getting automatic selection, but they've got a few tricky decisions to go for.
Yeah, there's going to be some contentious decisions. I've been on the wrong side of some of those decisions, so I know there's no one's ever really that happy. But it'd be interesting to see. I think the women's 800, men's 60 meters, the sprint hurdles was pretty solid. It's going to be some very tough decisions to be made, but that's why they get paid the big bucks.
Well, it's been lovely working alongside you over the last couple of days, Martin. And also from Kelly Southerton and Andy Turner. Looking forward now to the World Indoor Championships in Portland, Oregon. Our last track winner, that 800 metres, Adele Tracy. But that's it. After 2 days of the Indoor British Championships from the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Do join us again and look forward to those indoor championships over in Oregon. But from me, John Rawling, for the last time, it's goodbye for now.
Good moment.
This is a typical day of travel to practice for me. Here at the practice track.
Practice is over. How do you feel?
2 minutes. Physio's behind us. Race day.
Excited to get another race in.
I'm just so happy. Beyond ecstatic. Big thank you to individual coaches, as well as relay coaches and the National Lottery for getting us here.
Without those people, the National Lottery, obviously, you know, they've kind of enabled me and James to be in this situation. And, you know, we've got to give thanks to everyone and all the players out there.
And obviously, lastly, the National Lottery, because if it weren't for the general public buying their tickets, we wouldn't be in this position we are now to train full time.
As European gold medalists. Way!